Hello, and welcome again. Hey, what's going on? So when we last left off, in this session, I was 3 days. I spent 3 days on getting the Ender-5 S1 firmware kind of whipped up into shape and getting it flashed on the Ender-5 S1 to a point where it's working, but not quite completely working. The temperature isn't updating on the screen, so I've got to kind of try to suss out that issue. Otherwise, it seems to be okay. So I'm going to fix that and then see if I can get it updated to Marlin 2.1.2. Um, I also figured out I have an iPhone, so I can use its camera with OBS and actually not have to use that crappy Logi camera. So it actually does right. It'll show us proper contrast. Be able to see text on the screen, all that kind of stuff. So the only thing I need now is I have to print an adapter so I can stick it on my tripod. Otherwise, it's going to be holding it up and moving it about. So sorry if I give you a little vertigo. Yeah, so let me, as usual, get set up here, turn on some lights, and we'll get going. This should be an interesting one. Hopefully, I'll have a chance to test the input shaping and see if we can't get fast benchy. You may have seen some other videos about people trying to, you know, soup up their machines and get them to print faster. I don't know if we'll be able to get twice as fast with this, but we'll see. I haven't done a test benchy to see how much time it takes with the optimal settings with the machine as it is without input shaping. So it'll be interesting to see once I do input shaping tests. I'll be able to turn it off and maybe try it that way. Anyway, meanwhile in Discord, some questions about I don't know what docs he's talking about. Somebody misdocumented M201 somewhere. Docs where? Looks like Marlin fw.org seems correct. Yeah, so let's get into that. Docs where? All right, so let me get my stuff together. Be right back. Lights, cameras. Oh, yes. Okay, let's give this cam a test here. Yeah, that's better. Still getting a lot of glare on that screen though. Alright, it's readable. That's more readable. I like it. Oh yeah, this will work out much better. Cool. So for details, this will be our helpful thing, but I'm going to definitely need to get some kind of mount for this thing. It's not going to be easy to move it about and have it stay in one spot when I want to, like, say, monitor printing or whatever. We'll see. All right. Right. More to do. Okay. 1 minute. as you can see, I've been getting into documenting the displays. That's something that has I needed to start sorting out all the pins and flags that get set for each display. I know it's a mess. It'd be better to have this in a database, really. But the general idea here is to start to sort out, which displays need which pins, and then figure out, how their plugs are set up, and then sort of sort out all those things and just organize them and get a whole separate LCD system into this so that our pins don't have to all have their own unique references to LCDs and stuff. They can include LCD pins, maybe make tweaks to them, and then, but otherwise, I'd say the more that I can wrangle, I mean, there's only this many, well, I shouldn't say only, but there are like, we've got something on the order of 30 displays here, types that we have to support, so getting all those, each one into its own file and having each one be defined separately will make things way easier for us in the future. But this has been one of those long-standing tasks that just needed to be done, and so yeah, over time we'll get that sorted out. There's a few other long-standing like refactor type things in Marlin that we definitely need to work out. But and again, this is the reason I don't typically like to do testing and adaptation of stuff, because I end up spending, as you can see, like 3 days or more working on this stuff, and that's 3 days that I'm not working on, chasing down general bugs and getting the next release ready. So it's kind of annoying to have to do this, but so we do actually have a group for testers on the Discord, a role for testers. So if you want to come and help out do testing, that would be great. Just get in touch with me on Discord, and we can decide what needs testing and refinement. I mean, generally speaking, things like power loss recovery, filament change, pause, resume, those kinds of things are very flaky. Probing, all those kinds of procedures and calibration, things like that, all are tend to be a little flaky because they're high level, and the motion that you're doing and stuff is not always clear. And we want it to be adaptable to like every bloody machine, just about. Other things, maybe backlash compensation. Can think of some other features, x-axis twist compensation. There's a few other things like that have been thrown in. G34 for aligning the z-axes and things like that. There's tramming the bed using the probe, all kinds of procedures like that just need refinement and cleanup and testing. And I think power loss recovery is probably the most flaky feature we have. It's just like everybody who touches it wants to change it to do one thing or another, or not do this move or not do that retraction or whatever. And we need something that's fairly standard. So if it happens to be that certain machines want to do a recovery in a certain way, we can work that out, get those machines sorted, and have it kind of come up with some very good categories for those. And I'd like to formalize a lot more in the code base. It's just as it has exploded, of course, we've needed to play catch up all the time, and that hasn't always given us an opportunity to do the kinds of cleanups and refinements that I would like to do. So more help in that area would be great, because time is limited, and when I see 3 or 4 days go by and I'm just working on one thing and all this stuff is being neglected in the background, I just feel like a little overwhelmed. So anyone who can help out, please do. And of course, gratitude is always there. There are some rewards for things like for features that we need implemented. We're going to have improved input shaping for the next in a month or two, so we'll see how that goes. And the reward for Ulendo and helping out there is that they get to say, this is by Ulendo, and by the way, if you like Ulendo, please go check them out, and maybe they'll help you with your project. Anyway, I'll be back. Overwhelming. Hello. Hello. How's everybody doing today? Happy Sunday. Config page is wrong. Config page needs a complete redo with configuration options, on their own pages, in logical groups. But feel free to submit corrections to the long-standing, ugly and overlong, ugly and overlong page that is there at the moment. No. Turn can only be used with switches or conditionals with a value of 0, 1, or blank. Jesus Christ. Why do I have to explain these things? False, please. I know there's an underscore false here somewhere. Macros, is it in macros? Let's see. Let's see, find enabled. And I suppose if we had an is and a false, well, those are all true. The macro trick is to, sorry, doing a little explaining here. The macro trick appends the item value to produce one of these. Then used which is then used in, you know, is probe. Anyway, there's a lot to chew on here, so let's go straight to this was just me documenting stuff. So let me do this. I already got it. Yeah, let's amend that. So I'm documenting pins and options and doing cleanup and various other things. guess I'll just call these amend. Amen. Duh. Some pins. Clean up pins, etc. Command return doesn't do anything anymore like it used to. So yeah, I'm just doing a little white space cleanup, just kind of catching up to some things. As I'm looking at these flags, basically I'm cleaning them up as well, based on what I can see. I'll just take a quick look at the documentation for M201 and see what it says. Oh wait, that's the for the configuration page. So this page is actually this is what I want to get rid of, and which just is like, it's based on a really old config file, and it was basically converted to Markdown, and then, like, you know, updating it is such a big hassle, you know, and also it's not, you want to have it be able to say, well, here's what the config options are for Marlin 208 or whatever, and here's 2.1, and here's 2.2 if we do 2.2 in the future, and have them each in their own separate sections. And then also I have all this scripting set up to split the stuff up and kind of group them, but I haven't, and then to convert them into Jekyll is like another big hassle, and then you still have to, you know, edit them and stuff. I mean, once they're built, and once we actually have all the options pages and can, you know, create new options pages, that'll help a lot. Yeah, we're beating this dead horse of this particular page. So let me see where M201 is mentioned. So here's override with M201, etc. Default max acceleration is defined as, it still says millimeters per second, but then it's, yeah, so that's wrong. A value of 3000 is wrong. Yeah, so whoever wrote this description, which maybe it was me. Let's find out. Line history, maybe it's me. Overall cleanup style. Let's see, Oscar. Oscar didn't correct it when he wrote it, and then I didn't correct it, and then is this when it was written? Let's see. Oh, look, it's me. It's my fault. From December 2016. So yeah, I was mistaken at that time. So I should say something like 0 to 200 millimeters per second within a 15th of a second. 15th of a second. And 100, just make it simpler, a 30th of a second. Which is 1,880,000 millimeters per minute. Right? Got that right? 3,000 times 60. I know my math. Millimeters per minute. A second is a long time in a full second. So yeah, minor thing really in my estimation. I don't consider it to be a big deal, because I assume very few people are like using this page as their definitive documentation for Marlin. Like, yeah, I always go to that configuration page. So here it is. We'll just change that to that. Open office cannot be opened. What? Why are you even saying that? I guess I must have had it open before when I was reading an XLS file. Well, I've got it here. Why does it want to open that? I trust it. It's open source. I think I might have even built it from source or something. Where did I get it from? Let's see. What version is this? July version 4113. All right, fine. Back to work. So let me turn this machine off here for a minute. And un momento. I get my chat up where we can see it. I haven't configured the chat yet, so I got to do that. Live. And there, hey, look, it's Gina on my page there. All right, so let's go here. Grab the pop-out chat, copy that. Go on over here, put that here, and voila. There you are. That's better. Okay. Welcome, my Marlin friends. How you doing? So, yeah, Sunday, man. This is like this has become a bit of a slog. I'm a little annoyed by this Ender-5 S1 stuff, but we'll get there. So yeah, there is I did learn how to do it. You have to make a folder, etc., etc. This, I think, is correct now. As I've been going through the pins, some displays use the LCD enable, reset, and all those pins. Yeah, these pins. While others will use the A0, these pins, the ones that are labeled dog LCD. I'm not sure where that what originally stood for. Dogm, D-O-G-M. But it's become like almost like rep rap. It's one of those terms you just have as part of your suite of things that we use. Anyhow, let's get back to Ender-5. Correct M201 units. And here we have ducks. And generally speaking, I just do a git rebase master in case there's anything I forgot to put in there, and then that will deploy it. There you go. So very fast acceleration. Some of these things are using like 20,000 millimeter per second accelerations, like for their, you know, super high speed, lightweight machines. We may still need more Chinese to English translations, so let's keep that up. All right, moving on. There. happy to correct it, but yeah, it's like I can't believe it's been that way for so long, and then someone has to come to me and be like, "Hey, you have to correct it, buddy." Like, come on, it's been up there for years, and if it's been wrong, like I couldn't have been the one to catch it, I guess. Just was too busy. Yeah, we can always use more help with the documentation as well. I do want to get that automated stuff in there so I can convert the configs to documentation, but it really is, it's a bit on the tedious side, scraping those files and putting them into a structure and then trying to convert them into Jekyll, and then you'd still want to group them. You want to have one page that has like 10 options on it that are all related rather than, there's no option, like if one option doesn't stand alone. It depends on, it's a sub option, then it should be on the page that has the main option. So basically it'll just be all the main options. They'll each get their own page, and then I may decide to just break them up by category or something. Here's all your motion options, here's all your probe options, here's all your leveling options, etc. We'll see. Anyway, this LCD documentation is going to take a while, so I'm going to set that aside. And I will actually make a new branch for it. Eventually it'll be a PR, I guess. Okay, where were I? Oh, Ender-5. Okay, so this is still our 2082 based one. I've turned off CR10 stock display because it's not needed. They needed it to get it to build, apparently. But it's not, none of the functionality of that screen needs to be there. There was just something about this particular DWin screen, which, okay, so now we have get text, right? Let's fix that. That would be good to fix. Right, the homing needed error issue. Well, there is such a thing as get text. Why is it not found here? Probably because I didn't need to put language here, but now I do. This is kind of the thing where I want to I almost want to call the LCD and have it do it for me. I'm pretty sure I fixed this in a different way earlier, though. Have we been there? Yeah, this one. So I did this. Instead, it had this. So let's stick with that. Clearly get text was used here at one point. So it's not like it can't find, is it really the case that it can't find it? That just seems strange to me. Well, let's try it. Try our build again. This is what we want. see. It was a little different before. It was linear axes bits previously. Okay. Let's see. Maybe I can just fix it up as is. No, I guess I can't. Let's go back to the fixed one. And we'll start from there again. All right, so okay. Let's see how we do. I don't know if I have something called... I don't. So we're gonna just do this. Oh wait, maybe I have, let me see, this is version 208. So I know we go up to IJK, I think. So let's go types.h. We'll see if I've created any of those things yet. Nope, I didn't create all that linear axis, main axis stuff. So we'll just have to wing it. XYZ, IJK. I think that's pretty much it. Let's see, num axes. Oh wait, I think it's still called linear axes. Yeah, so you can define it apparently yourself, but logical axes, linear axes, etc. Do I not have the IJK axes in here? Let's see, I think under the driver type, right? Yeah, so I go up to, oh, this does only have XYZ. Okay, well, later it's gonna have more. So this is only 208, so I guess it must have been later in 209 that stuff got added. Either way, let's try our build. See how we do. Whoops, not quite done. Num axes, okay, that's linear axes, we know that. And it's also called loop linear axes now at this time, so we gotta fix that. And home first, home, oh yeah, I gotta fix those. How's that? All home first? Yep, okay, good. What? Oh, we've got LCDs, MD still open. Okay, good. Next. Oh, not quite there. Num axes should be linear. And get text is not something. We'll see in a sec. Okay, something's still not happy. Oh, I probably don't have get en text at this time. Yeah, that's something I need to add. So let's do that as well. All this will eventually be, once I update to 2.1, this will all be sorted out. But yeah, I just wanted this to be fixed first off. And it will not match what is there. But it could become part of, I don't know, some 2.0 patch somewhere. It may turn out that, you know, using 2.0 is just simpler in some cases. But I mean, I really want to have the input shaping. That stuff is, that's the gold. That's the gold standard for testing here. The, that's what we're looking for. The acid test, something like that. So let's get en text. There it is. Hopefully that does the trick. Okay, good. Get lang is already there. Get text f is already there. Let's see how it's looking. Okay, so we kind of reversed those, which is fine. Oh, okay, I have an FP string. I guess I'll probably just leave that as it is. And let's try it. Come on, build. Be happy. You can do it. Oops, okay, not quite there. In expansion, UI was not declared in this scope. That's funny. What? Where's my UI? Why isn't UI defined in this scope? Oh. Should be good now, right? It tends to include the language stuff, and great. Okay, so the can home thing actually is because of there's two blocks, and one of them is enabled. I guess they're both enabled, so let's see if they're exactly the same or what. I see, home axis BL. My thinking is, what is that? It's pretty much the same, isn't it? I'm going to merge these two home axis things and see what they're trying to do by having a whole separate one. It looks like they added some things or just took what was there and modified it. I would prefer it to be modified by flags than, and there's another, you know, there's various versions of it as well. So yeah, this is kind of overkill. So we're going to do a little intense organizing here. So let's do that first. And we'll call this, oh, I don't know, motion updates. let's go. So what's gonna be? Well, let's take the two home axis BLs and merge them together first. So one of them takes two feed rates, which is interesting. Let's see where it's called and why, if it's called. Okay, it's called here. It's not called here. So yeah, this is part of the, and again, it's code in the LCD, code that's affecting behavior, which again, I do not like. It's like if you do a G28, you should get the same result as if you go to the screen and tap the G28 button or the home button. You shouldn't get different behavior in those two cases. So keep that in mind in your own implementations. Okay, so we have our home axis and it just calls Z, and I guess that means I could just make those two. Is that a thing? Where's that defined? It's defined there. Okay, I guess I could use that. Interesting. Does it take a float and it returns something? That's interesting. I see it's also just not even defined here. That's all of them. So yeah, it really should be in this little flag here. BL touch and a Z limit. So let's at least clean that much up. So, what to do? Set axis at home. Obviously, this is like, So I think I will set a flag, something along, well, actually, this is additions, isn't it? This looks like it might be their own thing. This one's funny. Then there's all this. Okay, so I knew I'd need some of these. it this way? I don't know. Minus equals probe offset z. I want to say, you know, and then also add this. So again, this nozzle height stuff, we actually have a thing called Z probe offset wizard. There's no need to have this, you know, calibration flag. And frankly, how would you really calibrate it? I don't think you have, like, there's no sensorless end stops on Z, for example, or maybe there are. But you know, you want to damage the bed in order to do your calibration? I don't think so. Anyway, I'm not going to get too deep into what's going on inside this file at this time yet. I am inclined to pull out all the commented stuff though, just because it does kind of, it's a bit of a mess. But also I do kind of have to go back as well. And well, I don't know, we'll see. I'm thinking I may have to go back to a prior version of this file to test and see if it's doing all the right things. But we'll see. We'll see. Oh, sounds like someone on Discord saying hello. 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 Is vowed to use that. Those might work. I don't think so. The first argument to turn must reduce to something that concatenates with an A. Now, if I remember rightly, none does not do that. But let me double check. Yeah, this is all just clean up. So we're coming back here. Let's take a look at the none macro just so we get a sense of what it does. Disabled. It's just disabled. So it does this. It cats a bunch of things. Is, and then it puts ands between them. And then when you end up with, and then turn is actually what turn does. Is it uses whatever the, like, you know, you've got to have multiple things in none, right? The none macro produces output that looks like, so what does none do? None is just disabled, basically, so it does a this one, you know. Label one, you know, whatever, label two. right. Not ENA1, actually, should say not. Well, actually, this one. Items given to macros are not evaluated logically. They are just they just produce strings, composite strings. Thus, is probe actually understanding how macros work is an important element of doing C++ coding and metacoding anyway. And God knows we have so much metacoding in Marlin. It's all metacoding. And again, this enqueue stuff, I really do not recommend doing it. You may not always get exactly what you want if you use do other things. But I mean, here you could, for example, say, okay, M23, some file name that's definitely less than 30 characters, less than 24, 25 characters, maybe. I guess if we're only going to be using short names, so that could be fine. But yeah, that should be M24 there, and then basically instead of saying enqueue1 now, you would say, add to queue or whatever. I forget what the exact command is, but anyway, so many things going on here. Yeah, just because something compiles and maybe even gives you the true and false result at the right time in the right way, it's pure coincidence. Pure coincidence. It should not. You can't rely on it. So when using these macros, use them properly. The only reason I created the turn macros was so I could reduce things that would normally take 3 lines, if, blah, else, end if or whatever, or even 5 lines. I could reduce them down to 1 line. And most of the time it's that's nice. It doesn't confuse you too much. But there's sometimes it hides things from the from the syntax evaluators or whatever the precompiler or whatever your editor does to highlight stuff, or to find the definition of something. It's if it's inside of a macro, then you don't want that. So that's why I have this kind of thing where I have has home offset, then do the extern, rather than have this be a turn, which it could be. It would work fine, but it might hide this definition from the compiler, or from the editor, I should say. Not from the compiler. The compiler will see it, but if your editor is based on something like LLVM and it uses that in the background, it might actually get it all right. But again, if the say the turn evaluated to 0, and therefore it didn't emit anything. It kind of looks to a certain extent like the definition is still there, even though it's not, even though it's been removed by the macro. So like this one eMove accumulator, to the editor it might look like it's always being defined. Of course that same is true for this, but I feel like the editor is probably better at dealing with if and if cases than a turn, which would stick that into a single line. So yeah, it would be nice if, ideally their language was really designed to do that kind of stuff and not define, not leave things dangling. To a certain extent, we were trying to also reduce the compile time, make it faster. And you'll see we got turn 0. If this is true, then you get this, otherwise you get a 0. And you also have turn 1, which is if this is true, you get this thing, otherwise it's always 1. And that can be useful for, in an AND situation where you want it to be basically ignored if it's not true. An AND would mean, oh, it's like it's not there at all, so it can't evaluate to false, and therefore it's like it's not there. It just passes through. With an OR, you would use turn 0 if that was your, bent in that particular case. I'm trying to think if you can use semicolons inside of macros as well. I think you could do something like, if you wanted to, you could make, you can use code inside of a macro as long as it's surrounded in curly braces. It'll take it as a single unit. And so even if there's commas inside the code or semicolons, it doesn't care. Things get a little weird. They get a little weird with all this meta-programming. So, yeah, it'd be nice to have on the side like a separate project, which is like starting over. And like borrow the best parts of that to bring into this and kind of like interchange between them. But starting over, I mean, God, look at all the things that are supported, all the LCDs, all the boards that Marlin handles. And doing anything like trying to start over would be like madness, true madness. Anyway, so our build is working, so that's good. Now, we still haven't figured out the situation with, let's see, I do have that. That's our card. So yeah, I still haven't figured out the situation with the screen update. So let's take a quick peek and see, maybe by looking at the old code, I can see maybe what the difference is or something. So this is the old code here before I modified it. Keep a clean copy. LCD, I think it's under dwin. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure how dwinny this is really. We'll see. So this is the file I want to compare to the existing one. And I guess it would also help to be on the right branch. Okay. Let me double check on Discord, make sure I'm going to connect up Discord here. Hey guys, what's going on? I'm going to share my screen. Hi, I guess you can't see me. Whew, what fun. All right, so motion updates and cleanup, fine. It is not a wired LCD with CR10 stock display. Yeah, it's not doing anything in relation to that as far as, that's interesting. Has LCD menu or, yeah, so these are the things where I added bits to make it possible. So yeah, I'm going to make this part of the config, and that is fine. Because I can always compare to the original that was provided and see what I've done differently. Various cleanups. So much cleanup. Okay, good. That's a fix. And that's a fix. And that's a fix. So yeah, a lot of these are going to be keepers, which I won't necessarily need to worry about. And then all those customizations. Let's see. Whew. Additions, right, of course. So LCD RTS is not one of the things I decided to put here, but tweaks to the status screen apparently. Oh, I see, yeah. Speaking of turn arrays. Okay, what did I do differently here? Let's take a look at that head current temp VP, and we'll see if it's where it's at. So in the original, in my current one, we have these three, which all send the current hot end temperature. And then here in my new code, in the old code, it does it only twice, which is interesting. So let's see, that's line 473. So it's the middle one that seems to be missing. Oh, interestingly enough, somewhere around this. There it is, current temp VP. So it is there. That's weird. Well, it is still just the twice. So there's one at 3349. There's one in the init, of course. And then I threw this one in each moment update. I think that's where the other one is too. It's a bit longer because there's just more return characters in this thing. So there's one in it, there's one in each moment update, but there's not one in RTS leveling update, which I guess, oh, yeah, this was probably from, right. It's called externally and I just moved it here. So yeah, that's why there's a third one. So yeah, so it is doing the right thing in the two different places. Let's just see if send data is what we think it is. A lot of versions of it, I guess. Okay. I don't think we messed with this, which is good. It should work. It should keep working. Microsecond delay. Cool. LCD serial. I assume that's what they want there. Interesting. It may be that it should be 1 instead of 2, and that's why it's not working. That's a possibility. Because, well, I mean, stuff is getting there. I mean, it's like it is updating the screen and stuff, so has to be doing that by sending it, right? We can try some more tricks and see what works, but right. And I see we're using an actual string. That's cool. The string class is something we haven't used a lot in Marlin, in fact, at all. And we don't plan to. I was going to make I have a lightweight string class I was going to add. But it may turn out that the original string class is fine. I don't know, I need to do some comparisons and see which is better. But I did spend a lot of time on it, so I don't want to, like, you know, throw away all that sunk cost, as they say. So hopefully my zeros didn't mess things up too badly. Last I knew, 0 worked. Well, anyway, let's get the latest, put it on there, see where we're at, and then I'll continue from there. I should also make a note that this particular machine needs an extra flag, and I'm going to put it up as a warning. So let's do that. I'll create a new flag in I think this is the one. Yeah, that's the baby. So another flag we'll do -D, and we'll call it firmware folder. STM32F4, I think it was called. It's called STM32F4 update, and also the thing does have to have a unique name. So let's find that random name thing. What's it called? Random-bin. We'll go with that. And it's a pre-script. Cool. So that's important. And then the flag is called right. Oh, I don't have warnings in this. Well, when I do have warnings, forgot this version doesn't have warnings. That's funny. We added a file called warnings.cpp, which, you know, gets compiled once, but it also, our scripts delete it each time you start the compile just to make sure it always gets evaluated. And it handles things like this flag here. So the only thing I'll do is I'll just put it in the pins. I'll just put it into the F401RE pins file. There it is. Also, I do have to compare this to some other stuff, but It'd be better to put this in a CPP file somewhere. I don't know. Just for now, I'll just stick it in here. M936V2, I think it was. Yeah. Yeah, there's a also, I won't mention what you do with the screen firmware because people can look that up, but it is M936V3. So yeah, let's check that build and see if we get our random name. So here we have a thing called firmware.bin. Great. We want it to be named like something like that. Let's build it again. Good thing I have the rename stuff in there already anyway, because yeah, it's needed, right? No warning yet that I've seen. Or maybe I missed it. One more build, just to be sure. Okay. All right, there it is. And there actually is a long fancy name for this, which I think is somewhere among these, among the sources here. Let's go back to my original source code. Where is it? Where is it? Recent folders. Oh, maybe this one. Sure. I know it's got a funky name. That's not it. Source, screen. Oh yeah, maybe it's in the sources. There it is. think I have that photo elsewhere as well. There it is. Does it actually have the name written on it? There it is. CR4NS 2001-41C13. I don't know if that's related to the display because it's right next to that display plug. But it does have the, no, it's right next to the big Creality logo, so I assume that's it. I think it's a T6 actually. Okay, how'd we do? Build. What? No warning? Weird. Oh yeah, no, it's, no, I didn't say silent build, so, where's my warning? Yep, that's the one. I'll do a clean. Hell. Aha. Yeah, so this is where it's good to have it in the warnings because it's one of the later files to compile. But yeah, it's unfortunate that what I do need to do is actually have it print that message at the end of the build somehow. Something like that. So anyway, it did give us a random name anyway, which is important. So yeah, when you 7:29 and 12 seconds. Okay, here we go. And yeah, everything's connected except serial. And here we go. Let's give our phone cam a test, see how it works for us. This will be fun. Resume. Take a second. There we are. How we doing today? There we go. Phone cam, that's nice. All right. Thanks, Apple, for adding this little feature. It's super helpful. Okay, so the way this works now is I press the old monitor button here, bring up the old monitor, Control TB 115-200, yeah, and then I have some options I can set to fix the M936V2. All right, so that should, when I hit enter, cause all this to start updating. Cute icon, guys. Very cute icon you have there. Boom, okay, that didn't take too long. Let's check our settings and see if our version is right. 106T13. Yep. CR4NS 2001-41C13. Is it 280? Yeah, I think it's about right. Okay, well, now you'll notice that when I do stuff like set the temperature, let's just say 80. It says 80, but the temperature is not going to go up. The nozzle temperature is not going to go up. And if I switch screens, like, nope, it doesn't change at all. What about the bed? You can try the bed too and see if it's the same. Let's see. Prepare. Temperature. Oh, look at that. Preheat ABS. That's interesting. Let's go up to 44. Okay. Is the bed temp going to change? Nope. I don't know. Neat. So cooling actually is not a thing that brings up another screen. It's just a button that, so it doesn't really need the arrow on it. So it'll be interesting to mess with this and see if I can fix up some of the labels and things, get the screen to look better. So anyway, yeah, that's interesting. The bed and nozzle temp don't do anything. What about if I move Z? Will anything else change? Let's try some commands and see what we get. Let's try some commands to the firmware and see what happens. I'll give you a quick update on that. Let's see. Need to switch out this view. Hold on. Resume. There we are. Now we can see both. There we are. Now I need a thing to hold the phone up in this spot. That'd be nice. Let's see. How about? Let's move the printer back a little bit, and I'll get myself a stand. I think I have another stand here somewhere that I could use. No, not that one. Hold on. I'm gonna go get some extra stands. Hold on. I've got something to hold this up with. We'll find it. Hold on. There we go. Okay, let's see if one of these does the trick for us. Okay, well, that is a stand, but it needs to be placed like somewhere where it'll stay focused on the screen, huh? Suppose we could do something like this. Hello. Let's see. Let me see if I can find a box to stick that on. I do have a box to stick it on. Hold on. How about this? Oh, terrible. Let's try this other stand. Maybe it's better. Less intrusive, yeah? What do you think? Oh, jeez, it still has the corner in it, right in the way. Okay, how's that? There we go. It's like magic. Okay. That's much better. Okay. Serial bridge into Marlin? Yeah, I mean, if there's fork out there with stuff in it, let's get it. Let's bring it on over. That's kind of the whole game for us. Really, is to find those forks that have stuff and track them down. Because apparently, people like to do this stuff in obscurity. Either that, or they're just avoiding us because we're too weird. We're too busy. We don't have time for them. Hey, look, if you're looking for attention, coming over to the Marlin project is probably not the best way to get it because my face is totally focused on all this other stuff right now. My eyeballs are pointed at so many other things. Okay, so let's see what happens if I do, like, M104, S60, M109, S60. Of course, we see the temperature going up on the screen here, but M140, S40, of course, the bed. And it doesn't update the screen's current temperature either. So yeah, so we're going to have to figure these things out. What's up with that? Let me grab the previous generation of the firmware and see if that makes any difference if I open up and compile it in a new window. Yeah, I trust the authors. Okay, here we are again. So this is their firmware straight out of the box with no changes whatsoever. Does it build? Yeah, it builds, I'm sure. Well, I'm not entirely sure, but we'll see. Mostly, I bet it mostly builds. A couple little things. What's that one? Right. That was one of the things I fixed. This has, you can't do %D with a float for one thing, and there is no %F, so yeah, that's one of the things I have to fix here in the firmware real quick. Oh, wrong file, hold on. There we go. Got to get used to using this editor as an editor. So I'm pretty sure I sorted that out already. Powerloss.cpp. I'll just quickly go over to the other window and what line? Oh, 95-ish. Right, so it has to be D-Sturf. So that's the G1. There we go. That should do the trick for that one little thing. And then the other one was this leveling restore state is not used. That's fine, I don't care about that. There's another one that's not used, I assume. Yep. Temp cutting line flag. Okay, and then a few other little tweaky things, but yeah, overall, looks good. Okay, let's try this new firmware file. I'll just do with the rename. I'll add the rename thing to this while it's here. That's pretty innocuous, right? Yeah? Okay. SD card time. Oh, yeah. Victor's been pretty busy. He's like me. He's got all these things he started and hasn't had a chance to finish. But we'll get around to it eventually. All right. So yeah, it just has to have a unique name. That's the only other thing about it. It has to be in this folder and it has to have a unique name. Yeah, that warning's not going to do us any good in this version, but for 2.1.2 it should be good. Alright, let's eject that. I assume I did? Yes. Here we are. Cool. M936V2. Update. Okay. We're at version. Hello. 2082 from, let's see, there should be a different date. From somewhere. Well, it's a fresh build, but I thought there would be a version release date that's separate from this one. But maybe not. Yeah, it's probably been set to just __ date. It's called SOCAT. Serial 3 is TCP socket, Bridget TTY USB with something called SOCAT. I'm not familiar with that. Serial output concatenation. Right, so that's that one. Okay, now that we have that, let's try our temperature stuff and see if it actually appears on the screen. Looks like it's all good. The temperature is correct. So I don't know what the difference is precisely there, but I guess we'll see. If I say M104 S60, sure enough, the screen does update. So yeah, I'm doing something right with this version that I'm not doing in the in my updated, cleaned up version. Well, we'll see what that's all about. So yeah, that all works. And sure enough, the screen the temperature does update on the screen. All that is working. So with the old version. So whoops, I screwed something up. Let's see what the differences are. I can't do a direct diff exactly, but I can do like clean up again kind of idea, or I don't know. I'll do some kind of comparison here. Let's see. Yeah, I think this is all. I'll say that also. And these are additions, but they'll go in my cleanup. Oops. Just getting it down to a few. All right. And now we can do some easier comparisons. So I'll take the original file, I'll run this through Uncrustify. Maybe I'll first I'll copy it over, copy it in place, and then I'll basically do a big old do-over on this, and we'll see what the differences are. Whoops. Guess I need to do it from within here, so it uses the right config file. It looks for the local copy of uncrustify.cfg or whatever it's called. Okay, slightly cleaned, but certainly not perfect yet. Also, yeah, this needs to be indented or outdented by 1. And whoops. Let's do it, do these first. Move a few of these over. Yeah, that one. Okay, good. And outdent. LCD serial port, which I assume, well, I guess we'll see. Okay, do a quickie build just so I can get a sense of what's going on with these serials. I mean, maybe that's all it is. It's just I'm using the wrong serial port. Okay, it says here it is set, so therefore use LCD serial. Yep, that's what I would have expected. And what's not building now? RTS SND data. Oh, it may be that. Makes sense. I took out the string version. Hello? There. So we don't need that for the moment. And then there's going to be other stuff that doesn't match the header as well, because I did change a few things in the header, but I don't think the header is going to be the main thing. Okay, next. I mean, there's a lot of ways I could go about trying to isolate the screw up, but this will have to do. Okay. And then some of these are going to be bools that used to be ints, and I don't know what else. Recovery flag. That's interesting. Did I call it something else? Oh, info.recovery flag. I know it's probably just recovery flag now, I think. Okay, next. Build. Next try. Power off, type yes. Bool. Zero, please. No? Nothing? Okay. Sometimes it equals true. Equals 0. Well, I think I can do that. Not. Next. Please work. Waitway is a char or an int 8. Okay, either way works. Actually, it's signed, apparently. I don't know if that matters, but... Hello? Right. And... Sure, unused. Waitway. What does it equal? Never equals -1, so that's good. And I'm definitely going to have to set some kind of enum for it, because what? Yeah? Yeah. Okay. Are we there yet? Almost, almost. Value invalid. Okay, so we should have at least a working one. Now I'm sure there are lots of wonderful differences, but... Ooh, look at that. What else is missing? Some symbols, RTS update position, pause print, yeah, all those things that I created later. All right, so how much of this matters is the question. So if I can bring back the parts that I removed, which you can see here, all the differences. So as far as things that I do want to revert, pretty much, I want to do this where I say keep everything, but don't remove the stuff at the end. Like keep these. keep that. Like all these calls at the end here. Sure, keep that. There's so many things I can keep, you know. Revert for testing. Okay, so throw away those reversions, but keep the rest and see if it now builds. Oops. Oops. Debug equivalent pair. Right, so I need to put back my debug line. Don't revert that. Let's see. Has menu reset Wi-Fi. Okay. Do revert these, but don't revert these. Okay, LCD serial, of course, is supposed to be LCD underscore serial. Is that everything? I mean, we ended up with LCD serial equals LCD serial, so. I'm going to assume that's all right. Okay. Cool, we got to build. Oh, no, we didn't. Right, so we have Wi-Fi, a couple of your various things. Let's see. Reference to RTS update. Undefined reference to RTS update. Oh, right, okay. Then there's Wi-Fi enable flag. We'll see if that's a thing. Flag. Extern bool, but it's not defined as a bool here. I see, it's missing. So I must have removed it and needs to come back. So let's see, sure, that's fine. That's fine. That all looks fine. Again, fine, fine. I feel like I'm slowly coming back to what I had originally. And where's that Wi-Fi flag? Extern card reader card. Hopefully, oh, there's our Wi-Fi enable flag. Okay. Leveling flag. We'll have to take care of that. But yeah, I feel like all these are Do revert all that, but don't revert all this, please. And I know there's going to be a levying thing that I need to fix, so hold on. Leveling. Hopefully we'll get closer. Might be there. I don't know. Ah. Right. So close. But yeah, will it actually build? Almost. Heatway. This thing called Heatway. And actually, Heatway is one of those things that I remember. Static uint 8 Heatway equals 0. And yeah, this is filament load unload stuff, so not too relevant to what we're doing right now. Well, this has a this does have a filament sensor, so we're going to basically I'm going to use this machine to test and revise all the things that I was just bitching about at the earlier power loss recovery. Well, power loss recovery, yes, it does have that. That was worth checking out. Parking, filament change, all that stuff. I mean, I've had it working on my CR10S for a long time, and it's been great, but I haven't updated the firmware lately on there, so maybe something got regressed. We'll see. But we have a new firmware to test. Let's try it out and see if it does us any good. And I see I forgot to clean, so I end up with like multiple copies of firmware. Wow. Okay, next. And here we go. Firmware now? Nope. Empty trash, please. Might as well make a little room on our 8 gigabyte thing. All right, here we go. Eject, reject. Here we go. M936. It was, right? Oh, I should set up my new flags for the build as well. There's a there's been a change in platform IO with the latest version. So if it's just saying, you know, deprecated stuff, but it's enough to be obnoxious. So you have to have like where is it? I want to say monitor. Where is it? There it is. Under ENV. These are the new things, and then let's see how that looks in our old firmware. Less modern, I bet. There it is. So boom. Colorize time, echo, and also I just want to put this into, I wonder if this applies to our environment when I go to build, or if it's just for the monitor environment. You can see oh, there it is. It's already at 115, so we should be good. Yeah? Oh, and I see it's got this J-Link stuff here. Well, we don't really use J-Link. We could. I don't think there's even a plug for the J-Link on that board. At least not soldered to it anyway. Okay. Presumably, did I turn on the echoing? I did. I even made it colorized. Oh, it doesn't like it though. Hello? Yeah, now it knows. For some reason it's not doing 115. I don't know why. Well, anyway, here we go. M936V2. Is it going to update the temperature on the screen with the reverted code? If so, I will slowly unrevert more parts until we have something that works. So yeah, I see the temperature changing. I do see temperature changing, that's good. Okay, M104, S40, M140, S40, M104S0. Yeah, it looks like it's all working. And the temperature is, in fact, oh, I guess it's already above 40 degrees for the nozzle. But the bed is going up. Yeah, too bad about that glare on the screen there. All right, so that's all working. Okay, well, now we know. I got to unrevert a few more things, and then we'll be back on our path. All right, I can see not reverting, remove card window check. Maybe I'll do something like stash it just in case, but I think, let's see, that's remove card. Then we have that one, lined file list. That'll be interesting. I really want to work out the code so this thing has the ability to handle folders would be nice. And notice this memset and 0 should be good. But maybe that's related, we don't know. So I may just commit what I have as far as changes that I want to keep. But stash the rest in case, just in case. And this is card update. It looked like the card update stuff was fine. Here's init. Last target temperature equals, etc., etc. And remove those. And rec data. If def, yep. And again, there's our 0 versus memset. And I assume Send data is all good, but that could be related. That, you know, you never know. Could be something weird about send data. Who knows? But let's revert. Oh, I don't know. Everything I look at is like, it seems like fine. Why would I? That seems fine. That's fine, right? That's fine. What's this one? Handle data. Check key equals, yes. Okay, ready to do some unreverting. Conflict with one or more files in the repository. That's one of the weirder ones. I've seen that before where it's like it won't do a cherry pick because something is, I don't know, it gets confused somehow. The requested changes conflict with one or more files. What are you even talking about? What are you saying? What conflicts? Where? Ugh, how obnoxious. So what, if I say everything, it's fine? Yeah. But if I just do this and this, okay. Well, I can't imagine that's a big deal. Let's remove that. Don't need to revert that or that, right? Yeah, something got, I think it might have been just GitHub Desktop that got confused, but we'll see in a second. Okay, I don't think anything there makes any difference, but we're going to do it anyway. Build. End if without if at the very end. What? Yeah, I remember there was some confusion in this code earlier. There were pieces that were like missing, and it was a mess. But it did build, or so. Oh no, it didn't. Darn it. Well, that's easy to fix. Let's just go back a bit. Maybe this one? All right, so again, let's just see if that same silly error comes up. Missing end if so, I reverted too much. All good. Okay. Commit. Stash. Build. What do you know? That's the part. Right at the top, it was all screwed up. So, okay. What up with that? Oh, yeah, there it is. So somehow this got in there and totally messed things up. Now I put the code back even though, since this should do nothing essentially, but it also is paired with some later end if, and I don't remember which one. I guess I will look for the end ifs and we will find it. But yeah, that was one of the weird typos in here where it was like, huh? Right, so there's an end if somewhere down here. And that is the one that goes with it, I believe. Nope, that goes with that one. And nope, it's not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Nope. 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 Maybe. Nope. That's for the BL touch. Nope. 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 I think there's just an extra end if maybe at the end. I don't even know. Okay, man, where's that end if? Should be somewhat obvious from the stuff I'm reverting that there's an end if being removed somewhere that's all by itself. Or added or something. Okay. Oh, we know it's all something after that. Uh-huh. This all looks harmless. Surely it's harmless. I did leave in that funky thing though. Just cause. Just cause. Alright. Next. Yeah, this is not the most fun process. batteries card in it. Okay, and how we doing? So yeah, when I have a working build, I'll be happy. So this one, let's just check and see if I broke anything at this point. I don't think so, but you never know. Okay. 8:24 p.m. And once again, we'll do the M936 thing. Yep, sure enough, I have to change the baud rate. Boom. Update. These updates are pretty snappy, I gotta say, compared to some other boards. Of course, certainly compared to like sending stuff over serial to your AVR board. Okay. So far, temperatures are interesting. Okay, here we go. M104S. Oops, sorry. Hello. M104S60. There it is. It's taking its time as far as updating the temperature on the screen. What? 66? A little bit of overshoot, I think. Either that or it's just wrong. Hey, PXN America's back again. Going hard again today. Okay, so yeah, the overshoot is a little bit much there. I think this needs a good PID tuning. There is a PID tuning option. Also, there's MPC temp now, so we could probably go for that for a future version. I'd like to try that out and get that tuned up as well. But yeah, the overshoot was a bit much. 7 degrees of overshoot initially. But yeah, it's still working. Okay, so we'll see. It'd be interesting to find out what I broke and how. I'm still not there yet. Ah, yes. I'm not sure if it's intending for this to be 30 milliseconds, but I guess so. Okay, and here we have card update. So I assume card update is probably not involved with the temperature stuff. Okay, cleaning. Now you see I'm going back to these routines. Last target temperature equals deg target hot end. Yep. Deg target bed. So those should all work properly compared to just using the direct values from the variables. And receive data. I will know in a second if any of this matters. If not, receive flag return -1. Right. Not a big. I like to get rid of else when I can. All right, and this send data stuff is where I'm starting to. This is where I would start to think it would maybe be problematic, but we'll see. Let's revert this stuff. Oh, look at that. It doesn't like what I'm attempting. What do I have to do? Put this back? How about this? Will it matter if I do any of this, or will it just... I'm kind of curious about this bug in GitHub Desktop at this point. Like, why does it do this? Confusion. Like, what's the confusion here? When you do a revert or a commit or whatever, it's supposed to be, you know... Oh, it took that. Okay, weirdly. Well, let's just stash these for now, just in case. Build. Yeah, you'll have to pardon my occasionally leaving the camera on the wrong thing, because my focus is very extreme. When I'm focused on one thing, I completely forget about everything else. Okay, so we have that. But anyway, yeah, I ran into a bunch of revert issues, the details of which are not really important. Let's see, all set there. Let's see how this works. Let's do it. And we'll see. Yeah, this boot screen, boy, is it slow. See, your Anycubic Cobra. Oh, that sucks. No thermal runaway on the Anycubic Cobra. That's too bad. When the you should definitely get something within some period of time. I mean, some of these machines have their thermal runaway set to like minutes. So unless you sat there and waited for several minutes, can't be entirely sure that they didn't have it on. But yeah, my recommendation is something like, less than a minute. And then like there should be another test where like if it falls way outside of the hysteresis range, then it should definitely trigger. Like it's supposed to be, like if you know it's supposed to be at temperature and it's like completely way too cold even, it should definitely give you an error. Yeah, I mean, do we have, I think we have an Anycubic Cobra maybe config somewhere? We should. Anycubic should have provided one for us. All right, how's our screen behaving? Are we getting our screen update now? Yay! Okay, so still working. Still don't know what I broke, but we'll see. No idea what I broke here. Good to know that it mostly works though. All right, I can get rid of my stash and continue with this isolation testing here. This is some of those requested changes I didn't like. I don't know why. Something in one of these lines, it just doesn't want me to revert for some reason. I don't know why. Let's try just this one. Okay. How about this one? And these? Oh, won't let me commit those. Okay, why? Yo, GitHub Desktop, what's up with this? GitHub Desktop team, why won't these revert? Okay. Oh, I have an RTS update Wi-Fi call. And then I have a recover, so that's recovery. All right. Yeah. So that's your Wi-Fi update, right? Oh, that's Wi-Fi above. Not everyone can carry the weight of the world. Not everyone can carry the weight of the world. All right. Slowly but surely, it's letting me revert a few things and commit a few things, but for some reason, in certain combinations, it was getting confused. So I think all these should be fine and dandy. I'm not seeing anything that stands out as being very problematic. Talk about compassion. Do 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 do. I think universally all over the world, people like REM, right? I've been told. Oh. Let's see. Surely these are all fine. I can't imagine my 0 data buff has anything to do with anything. Let's see. As I'm looking at it, that's the only thing I can see that it would be in any sense different. I don't know why my serial 1 was there. All right. And again, that's got that weird if enabled just stuck in the middle of that. I don't know why. Combien du temps. I don't know. Nobody talks about compassion, combien du temps. Wait, what was that? Revert for testing. Oops, all right, yeah. I see it's in the middle of amend last commit. Yeah, what I meant to say was undo, not amend. And that's a comment, so we don't care about that one. And that's just some spaces, and that's just some spaces, and so is this, and this, and this, and this. SD card stop, can't imagine that has much to do with anything. Combien du temps. Let's see. Undo. Has anyone seen this movie called The Menu? I highly recommend it if you haven't checked it out. It's hilarious. Okay, again, I'm not seeing any spurious end-ifs piling up around here. Or not. But yeah, that's still been a mystery, is like, what's up with that weird if with no end if, and how does it resolve itself in the code, and what is, there's just an extra end if in there somewhere. We'll find it eventually. Okay, and another build. But I've always had this thing about, like, I always like the first album or two of a band or whatever, but then when they start to refine and get more production heavy, it just puts me off. And I don't like it as much. Like, I'll always be more fond of like early Police and early REM than anything that came out of like later Police or Sting. Although I like Sting's jazzier stuff. I think that was pretty cool. Dreaming of the Blue Turtles, pretty neat album. And I always hoped he kind of stuck in that direction, but went too poppy, and yeah. His ballads are kind of terrible. At first you're impressed. Oh, neat. But, after a while they wear thin. Who's with me? Okay, M936 time. Well, this is the thing. If you're a professional cook, that's a big realm. I mean, you got fry cooks, you got line cooks, you got people who cook in, at a kind of a mid-level. Then you got these high-tier, like high society chefs. And then you've got, really expensive restaurants where you pay way too much for small portions and you have to wait a month to get a reservation and all that kind of stuff. And my feeling as a person who's, dabbled in various arts and, occasionally had artistic pretensions over time, I've come to see, the pretensions of art and the way and all that kind of like performative crap as being a little bit over the top, and I tend to agree with the idea that that it's just it kind of takes away from the actual enjoyment of the food itself. And sure, it's a thing, but I don't know. I mean, I like to cook at home. I prefer making my own food rather than going to a restaurant because half the time, well, maybe more than half the time, it's being made by people who don't care, and you can taste it that it just doesn't. They just don't care. So as long as someone cares about what they're doing and they produce really good stuff, and then you've got this sort of thing where it's like you've got chefs who make like, oh well, we'll just lots of butter, lots of sugar, lots of all these flavors, and of course you like it because it's like loading you up with fat and sugar and umami and all these other flavors, and you're like you're gonna love it because you can't help it. Your taste buds go crazy, and you're like yeah, and like that's just fakery too. It's like anybody can overwhelm your palate with a bunch of crap and make you impressed with a bunch of flavors, and maybe throw in a little, I don't know, cardamom or something to give you that like, what's this? That little like, oh, is there a hint of cinnamon in this beverage? Or whatever, and like, all well and good, but it's good to savor your experiences, of course. But yeah, there's definitely a level of illusion there that it's amusing, it's funny. Uh, and I don't know, I was brought up in kind of a working class setting, and the attitude around was always like, you got to learn to just put up with being a lackey at a job and get used to that, and learn how to kowtow to your boss, and prepare for a life of menial labor. And I was just always like, no. I mean, yes, I mean, I definitely, but the thing that has stuck with me is, work ethic. It's like, I don't want to be paid for doing nothing. I don't really like the idea of just investing in a fund and taking dividends and never working, or, losing your, I don't know, there's a certain value to having a necessity, the need to work, the struggle. And yet I also kind of like the idea of universal basic income, because we are in a capitalist society. We are at the whims of like where you live, or various economic forces that you can't always just pull yourself up by your bootstraps and get out of those situations. Okay, so again, overshooting, but it's working. It's working. All right, continuing to clean. So yeah, I figure I'll just spend the rest of my life, continuing to work and work and work. I'm not planning to retire at all in any way, like ever, until I must. And then at that point, then you have to figure it out, right? So I have this update position. That should be fine. I noticed actually the position isn't even displayed on the screen. So I don't know why that's being sent, but it's there. It's there. It's somewhere in there. The screen somehow knows where you are, although it doesn't display it directly. Let's see if I did add this. I don't remember if I did, or if I just planned on it. Yeah, it's there. Okay. So sure, those can be there. Boop, boop. And I mean, the chefs, people who work in the food industry are working hard, and it's pretty thankless too, as well. I've worked in the food industry a lot, into various restaurants over when I was younger, because it was the kind of work you could get. Of course, I preferred being the dishwasher because it was less responsibility, and I was more focused on my arts, as it were, when I would get home. I was like, got to work on, this code project or this, art project or this writing project or whatever it was. So I didn't want to have a lot of stress at work and like make that, and I didn't think of it as my career, But to be honest, like, the my whole situation is strange because I took a big detour to like find myself, Never really worked, and I aborted the concept of a career. It was like, what's a career? That's interesting. So yeah, this little bit here, these little funky additions, these are the ones that I pulled out that I thought were sketchy. Like, why is it waiting for the temperature here when we have APIs for that already? Why is it doing that? But I mean, I do recommend people take time to like find themselves. But if you can do it within the span of working on your so-called career, whatever it may be, that may be you may feel more, in the long run. That's what I'm looking for. You may feel more satisfied in the path you followed. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's like some people are on a treadmill, as it were. Their family expects certain things. They've been given a certain education, and they've made certain connections, and they're expected to follow a certain path, I only know the American experience. I can't speak for how people in Europe do their year off and stuff. Before uni, you want to take a year off, and then after uni, maybe another year off. You got things like apprenticeships, which are not as common in the States, at least not in most professions. But I feel like apprenticeships are somewhat more of a norm in some countries. And to me, that makes more sense. Like, I wish I had that kind of apprenticeship with an experienced person, because it was just, everything we did do is like, in my early years, it felt like imitation, I was like, oh, we want to be a game company. Well, we'll do what game companies do, right? We'll make games and we'll put them out, and but there's all these pitfalls and things that you have to discover as you're going, and it would be much better to know some of those pitfalls and have someone there who's dealt with them before, even if you still need to face it yourself to really understand it. At least you have someone there who's like, you're about to run into this thing, but I'll let you. Here you go. Go for it. See how you do, but fair warning. Okay, monitor. Again, another flash. Fed presidents, and so that's pretty fancy. Yeah, worked at a contractor for government banquets. Yeah, the other thing is I just don't want to be around obnoxious, wealthy people. Whether they're generationally rich or nouveau riche, I don't care. I just cannot stand wealthy people at all. They're just horrible people, generally speaking. There's a few that you meet your exceptions, and there's kind of like the liberal Brahmin class of New England, where is kind of where I grew up, and so I would occasionally meet folks who were involved in being more. I guess I must have turned off the local echo. There we go. M936B2. But there was this one time where I was working at a restaurant, and there was this woman who wanted to buy the restaurant, and so for some reason she came in. I was just a cook, and invited me to like come to a party at her house, at which she wanted to recruit me to convince my boss to sell the business to her. Meanwhile, I'm at this ostentatious party with a big pile of a chocolate fountain and all this bullshit. Her husband was working on cold fusion, or not cold fusion, but fusion in general, fusion research of some kind. It was telling me, any year now we're going to have fusion. This was about 30 years ago, so 25 years ago, something like that. So yeah, fusion's just about, we're just at the cusp of being able to do net positive ignition. So yeah, crazy times. But then there were other times when I would, hang out with people who were in New England who had, who had some wealth, but they were very low key about it, um, and didn't flaunt it, and were just, just living their life and trying to do good things, and they were able to be more charitable and do stuff like that. So it was kind of cool. But there are different echelons, of course. Automations. That's nice. Right? One of the best jobs I ever had was actually working for a mailing company, helping them to develop a database and work on their data management. In a time when before databases were really a thing, it was just like the nascent era of SQL and stuff, and that was a pretty neat job. But then I had a girlfriend who unfortunately totaled my car. She was fine, thank goodness. But yeah, the car got like totaled, or it should have been totaled. It was in the shop for 6 months, and it didn't occur to me that I could get a rental and continue my job. Like I'd never approached that. I was young. It was like just, oh, I have no car, I'm screwed. And there was someone who was like, oh, I'll give you a ride every day. And I was like, this is like an hour drive. I don't want to have someone picking me up for an hour drive every day. I just felt like I didn't want to be putting anyone out. And so, yeah, I just basically gave up that job, unfortunately. And I was highly valued, so I feel bad about that. That was like the first time I really felt like my skills were actually meaningful in some way beyond my own, like, make a copy of Pac-Man at home, or whatever. But it was later on that I did put out a couple Amiga games and stuff. That was a strange era. Right? Crazy servings. Serve mech hell with a sealed can of hot teftels. Again, if I can't pronounce it, I don't necessarily want to eat it. But I kid. I like exotic foods like the first time I tried falafel, I was like, oh, thank goodness, I don't have to eat meat anymore. I've got falafel now. Oh, let's look at how our screen's working now that I've updated it again. I think I did. 104. Let's see, what's the build date? 16 past? Oh, that can't be right. I must need a new one. 816. Yeah, I need to do another one. Here we go. M936V2 while it's hot. Oh, meatballs. A meatball by any other name is still a meatball with a slightly funky flavor. Maybe. I just like fennel in my meatballs. I don't care what else is in them. Of course, I don't use meat. I use faux meat. But hey, a little fennel, that does it for me. The fennel seed gives it that proper Italian flavor. Okay. Cool. So temperature is still updating on the screen, so we're all good. Okay. Sorry this revert is taking so forever. I know a lot of it is probably very simple and I don't need to do it, but let's take a look at the more obvious things, like maybe at the bottom here. What have I got? Bed nozzle height calibration. I probably don't have to worry about that. That's not related to the temperature not popping up on the screen. So we can revert that. Meanwhile, we also have this, which is level step height measure. So I haven't really played with these extras, but some of them may end up being, moved into Marlin proper and become part of the normal API stuff, but we'll see. I mean, generally speaking, I'd like to get the I'd like to get the UI more, as I'm reverting, I'd like to get the UI more standardized between these bloody screens. It's like the initial idea of allowing for lots of elaboration is, to eventually get to the point where you're doing the revision. So elaborate all day, but we must revise eventually. And refactor and find the common, basically it's just finding the common bits and moving them into a common location, and then eventually building an API around that. And it's the opposite of planning, but it still works for me. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I want to make sure that RTS checked on. Oh, right. What is this one? Uh-huh. And okay. Just making sure it keeps building. Build, build, build. Well, that's pretty awesome. Yeah, I didn't even know the word engineer when I was a kid. See, I was not well guided, let's just say, in my younger years. It was more like, as long as you're well behaved and keep out of the way, and that was kind of that was really required of me in my upbringing. I was a sensitive kid, so I had a hard time being with dealing with people as well. So things I might have done, getting into theater or something, were kind of fell out of my view, which I think would have been helpful. Things like that. But yeah, I got to college and actually, or community college, and they assumed I wanted to do engineering. But at that time, by that point, I was very much convinced that the arts and engineering had no intersection. I didn't really quite get that. Um, Art and science isn't everything, right? And I fancied that I could, maybe be a writer or something, and so that was kind of what I focused on. Became the editor of the college literary magazine, and I did finally take an acting class and stuff like that. And tried to get out of my shell a bit. Actually, maybe even have a girlfriend or something like that. Which, that was never going to be a problem for me as long as it wasn't someone who knew me already. He's weird. Uh, so I kind of do want to revert that and that. Still haven't found that mysterious extra endif yet. Filament ran out. Yeah, it's like, why not use the proper run out code? That's what I say. Also, directly reading the runout pin, come on. Also, assuming that 1 is always going to be the runout state, not always the case in Marlin. You know, if you move this display code over to some other machine with the different peripherals, it's not going to be the same. So yeah, all this runout stuff and power loss stuff. Oh yeah, some of this I'd maybe want to keep in here just because it's that weird temperature code. I want to kind of evaluate what the heck they're thinking. So like here, for example, my code is just set the hot end and, you know, but theirs is set the hot end if it's over the extrude temp, and if it's not, then use the old temperature, which was, I don't know where temp hot came from. I mean, the way temp hot is used is funky. And then otherwise use 200. Like, you know, these are kind of mystery numbers which you would want to I don't know, you'd want to do them differently, I think. So, I don't know. Let's revert the obvious ones anyway. I'll just stick to the obvious and we'll just get those all out of the way. Obvious, obvious, obvious. Obvious changes are obvious. So now I'm pretty impressed with, in general, with the way people are doing stuff like with crowdfunding, and I think that's if that had been around when I was younger, it may not have been so good. But for this project, it's really ideal. But yeah, when people are just like, oh, I'll just crowdfund and I'll become Steven Crowder or something like, and you wonder, like, are you really necessary in this universe? Like, why do you exist? Steven Crowder, for example, you don't serve any need, any important need. You know, in my in my work ethic, just makes me dislike people who are doing stuff like social commentary or, you know, politics or whatever, who have no degree or qualifications, and you wonder, like, why would anybody care what you have to say if you have no you know, you can't say anything authoritatively. It's just your bloody opinion, and you just happen to have people who agree with your opinion. Like, okay, what is up with that? I don't find that very useful. Also, it's, you know, generally just there to A, sow division, B, to profit off the, you know, sowing of division. So it's like, you know, I may be an somewhat hostile to religion, atheist type guy, but it doesn't mean that I'm hostile to morality or anything like that, or ethics. Not in any sense. That's, you know, as everyone knows, you know, religion doesn't have the monopoly on morality or ethics. It just likes to be, it's the patent troll of culture, basically. It'll take credit for inventing anything, you know, including, you know, creating the world or whatever. Oh yeah, our guy. It's our guy who made the world, the whole thing. Your guy? No. Your guy's lame. He didn't, what has he done? He doesn't even exist, come on. But yeah, the funny hypocrisies of the way people interact with the world and knowledge and information and belief, and yeah, it's very funny. Somewhere along the way, you know, I mean, I was very interested in how does consciousness operate? You know, where does that? And so, you know, naturally, as a result of looking into that kind of stuff, you find you look into questions of language and how does language, you know, and representation, and then the way that we represent things to ourselves and what is real, so on, so forth, and you know, how do we overcome the problem of knowledge and belief, so that it doesn't, you know, drag us around by our ear everywhere we go. How do you become a master of belief rather than being forced into it, you know, and but on the other hand, you know, how do you also acquiesce to you know, actual knowledge and real authority and things like that? You need to learn to do those things, you know, acquiesce to people who are actually experts. And so you have to have some judgment to be able to do that, and therefore knowledge is somewhat important to be able to judge for yourself whether something is true or whether someone is honest or not. Whether something is plausible or not, for example. You know, is it plausible that 5G could be used for mind control or something like that? Or, you know, somehow be connected to, you know, or whatever it might, whatever the stupid conspiracy theorists are saying about 5G or whatever. Is it in all plausible? No, it's not. If you know anything about radiation, about light, about radio, or about anything, about nature, then you know that, you know, there are things that there are ideas people have that are just not tenable. Simply not tenable concepts. But you know, it's not of necessity that it's not necessarily so that going to a college will help you overcome the problem of superstition and conspiracy theory. Because, you know, I think you have to have you have to really want to be reasonable. You have to really work at it, because it's very easy to fall into fallacies, or, you know, believe things that seem temptingly, you know, tantalizingly possible, or, you know, or if you have like some proposed political enemy, you know, you just want to, and people say they did this terrible thing, you just want to believe it because it helps you to hate them more or whatever. That kind of stuff is going on a lot, and, you know, like, belief is tethered to making money off your ass, so it's like, yeah, to the extent that we're exploited, it's good to be immune to that exploitation, and thereby, so, you know, not being superstitious is one good way to help to not be exploited, because superstitious people are much more easily exploited and manipulated into kinds of terrible things. As they say, you know, all things being equal, good people would do good things, bad people would do bad things, you know, or desperate people would do desperate things. But to really make good people do bad things, that takes, say, religion, other types of indoctrination, to get them to believe they're doing good things as they're doing evil things. But of course, everybody wants to believe whatever they're doing is good, right? Oops. All right. See here, it's just doing this. What? Why would you do that? Whoops. Oops. Dot. I think that must be the other one. Surely. Oops. Nope. Line 2727. Whoops. Each moment update. I guess I just want to put that into the RTS class so that it doesn't require calling RTS check for everyone. Alrighty. There we go. So yeah, you could say that I mean, yes, I'm all into this 3D printing stuff, but it definitely is not my core interest. For sure, this is sort of like, it's something I can do. And so I like to do it. And I'm good at it. I mean, reasonably good at handling all the piles of code and stuff. What? Right, that makes no sense. I think they must be I think they really wanted to use the target here or something. I think they meant to use target hot end here, and not, right, is less than the current temperature minus, yeah, I think that's supposed to be target actually, so that's actually wrong. Glad I checked. I'm pretty sure these are both. Oh wait, you know what? Maybe that is right. I think maybe it's saying, oh, I'm only gonna heat if it's no, it's got to be target. If the target is less than the current temperature minus 5, then go ahead and wait. Otherwise, yeah, you're probably fine. So I think actually that's correct. So yeah, a little bug in there, Crowdy. But I did change this to like within, so I think actually that made it, I fixed it better. I fixed it better. Else, if you're less than the minimum temperature, no. And the target is less than the change filament temperature minus 5, then okay. Set to the change filament temperature, I see. So it has to be less than the extrude, otherwise it won't go there. Yeah, some of this logic is a bit, we already have this stuff. We could definitely modify the handling of like temperatures with regard to filament change. Like we could have an option where you could say, oh, I don't want to wait unless it's really far away. And then you could have that to be actually be an option, and that would be cool. But okay, so more things. Let's see, what else can we keep? Mm-hmm. Right. So this kind of thing happens a lot in here. So, or at least 1, 2, 3, 4 times, 5 times. So make a little method for that. That's what we do. Okay. Cleaning up here. So yeah, I want to keep that. Keep that. I think these are all good. Temp between 65 and 85. Let's see, what am I doing differently here? Oh yeah, this is putting back some stuff. So, these are also keepers. If within target 66 and 85, send it. Otherwise, if it's over and less, then send -7. -5 and -7. I'm not sure what the -5, -7 is about still. But it looks to me like I'll keep those. Right? 61 and 80. 80 to 120. Okay. And commented out stuff. Just making sure. Looking it over carefully. Okay, I think we're good. How do I feel about my work being used for harm? We see 3D printed fins on grenades and it's how does anybody feel like, how do you think God feels about his creation being used for harm? You all theists, I think you'll say something like, the Lord works in mysterious ways, and who are we to say that what's happening in the world is harmful? Something like that. Using our limited human judgment within our, thinking of things in terms of a human lifespan. Equals -0.05, then plus 0.1. Why? That seems to work fine. I called it tramming, so there. They call it assisted level, or assistant. I guess they meant assisted. Or assistant. Yeah, no, I mean, the gunpowder can be used to blow up bridges and kill people. It can also be, and can also be used to do useful things like mine for materials that are useful. Whether you like blowing up things to mine or not. The things that have been mined have been at least useful to some extent. But yes, I mean, anything that you make that's got that increases the power of the individual human is going to be potentially used for harm. And it's an old question. I mean, anybody who's ever taken a philosophy class, like day one, you get the trolley problem and, things like that. And you have to, look at the fact that our labels that we use for good and evil are really relative to what's good and evil for ourselves. Vis-a-vis our life and existence. But, you know, without life and existence, it removes this kind of good and evil question, right? Because there's no one to be harmed. There's nothing that needs anything to continue to exist for its purposes and goals and so on. So meaning and purpose and all these kinds of things, good and evil, they arise with and are relative to living things, living organisms. We know what's good, and what's interesting is that, you know, we sometimes value crazy things like, you know, abstractions like freedom over putting in the work to collaborate on the problems of the world that we have, that we need to overcome. Well, if it turns out that yeah, I think this logic is correct, even though, but I will look at that later on, the -5 temperature stuff, whereas I've labeled it -6, but I think that was a bug. If the current hot end temperature is less than the current hot end temperature -5, that makes no sense. So obviously it was a bug. You know, it doesn't mean I'm necessarily what you would call a moral relativist or even a utilitarian. You know, it depends on my mood ultimately, what my ultimate philosophy is of a given day. You know, if I were in a very desperate situation, being tortured and wanting to escape, I might do something which normally I wouldn't consider, which I would never consider, out of desperation to save myself. And at that moment, you're an animal, right? You're just trying to survive. Certain types of morality are really moralities of convenience. And then, you know, there's this, to the extent that people are like judgmental, it's like, unless you've walked in another person's shoes, you know, there are lines which are hard to define. And there may be lines which are very obvious, but again, unless you're in that given situation, it's hard to fully comprehend and fully appreciate the situation. And, oh look, it is RTS show each moment update that I changed, so good for me. Therefore, let's see anything here? So this is, of course, this is the area of the code where things start to get funky. Now, did my moving it into the class make a difference? I guess that's what we're going to find out. So at this point, I'll do, when I do this next merge and build, I will keep, I'll do a cherry pick, I'll stash my changes, whatever's left over, just in case this is somehow related to the weirdness. Start progress greater than AT, etc. All right, let's revert this much and then stash this stuff for just in case anything here breaks something. All right, build time. Anyway, they're not the kind of problems, moral problems are not something I generally have to deal with. In my scenario, oh, what? Did I Did I misspell it? Oh, check. I don't know why I thought it was show. Because it's all just a show, people. But you know, you have to do the work you do. I mean, ultimately, like, what I create is hopefully better firmware, and as a result, hopefully, you waste less plastic. And if you waste less plastic, maybe we choke fewer sea turtles as a result of your wasting less plastic that gets thrown in the ocean. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I hope that, you know, ultimately what I think what most saves most lives is what saves most energy, right? To a certain extent. I mean, obviously, there are cases where you could say economically it makes most sense to just, you know, abandon a town and leave everyone to their devices and just, you know, and just not care. Sometimes economically that makes the most sense for a particular entity. Although, in the broader sense, clearly, economically, so to speak, it doesn't make any sense to do stuff that doesn't benefit people. Because, like, money is worthless until it feeds somebody, right? Until it actually provides provides for some need, it's kind of stupid and pointless. It's just numbers, you know. Going around being able to buy your Bugattis or whatever, flaunting your wealth or whatever. It's like, if you have wealth, you should be using it to do something good for others, because your own needs are so simple. I mean, you only need food and shelter and, you know, something to alleviate your boredom. If you need more than that, I mean, or if you want to, if you're, oops, there we go. 936B2. There we go. Everyone has to make these judgments on their own, of course. Darn it, what's up with my... Checking my mic. Okay, check 1, 2. I want my open threshold to be about there, I think 36-ish. Yeah. Close threshold, I don't know. Okay. How's the temperature stuff working on the screen? Did I break it? Let's find out. Nope, it's working. Okay. So far, so good. Yeah, I had to, I noticed it was, and still is, kind of like rumbling, so. Low, this is as high as it goes, sorry. You're just gonna have to turn up. I find the fidelity on this so good that actually, if you do turn it up, it doesn't, it shouldn't do any, like, shouldn't be terrible. I apologize if YouTube ads are very loud, but that's why I have YouTube Premium, so I don't have to deal with that. Okay, next. Cleanup, more cleanup. All right, so let's just see. That's fine. Limit. Constrain. Constrain. Oh, 0.1F, yes. those all look harmless to me. Yeah. While still heating. Current temperature minus the wanted temperature is greater, so it actually could be cooling down here as well. So you decide. Then we got, so I got rid of some of this stuff, but I'm going to keep it this time just because. Oh, and also I'm going to do this. Find all these instances of equals true. Okay. Let's see if that ended up being right. Unreverting, partially reverting and unreverting. It's a little weird to work in reverse, but oh well. Right. I like this one. Wi-Fi. If it's set, then unset it. Then do M115 and then send a 1 and a 0 and then save. Why not just do it this way instead? We need to update the Wi-Fi anyway, so why not just do it that way? I think that's all good. I think that should be kept. Hey Discordians, how's it going? And that can be kept, and oops, what's this? Interesting. Let's see what that's all. What's that? What's up with that? Huh. Okay. Oh, there is one called char and there's one called text. Hold on a sec. So, I meant to mute that. Just missed the mute button. There, was that too loud? Brute force debugging. Well, ish. I could. I don't have a J-link to hook up to this thing. But yeah, that's actually, that should be reverted. Clearly. So yeah, let's throw these changes away. I should say, throw these reverts away. Okay. Boy, I see the scroll bar is actually getting to a point where it might be manageable. We'll just do that and that and that. I'm not yet doing the update position stuff, although, again, I haven't seen where it shows the position. Oh, I know it knows the position on one of these screens, but okay. Yeah, there was definitely some. Okay, so we had that. Error is 0. Then do an RTS error 202. This one. That's fine. See, that one is while still heating, idle. I think that's fine. I'm sure it's fine, but I'm still going to do another build. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. You know, but yeah, it's a bit weird, like in the tech industry, as it were, these days. You look at things like Twitter, and you know, which is a fairly straightforward service, and but then it gets snatched up for political gain or for whatever. Some kind of it gets pranked by a billionaire, as it were. And I had to leave because it was just a joke. But a lot of people stuck by because, you know, self-interest trumps all. It definitely would be, in some sense, like more to my self-interest to stay on Twitter and beg for crowdfunding every day because I get more. There's more of an audience out there on Twitter. And that said, I do mirror all my posts from Fostodon to Twitter, so voila. So I haven't quite abandoned it fully. It still is what it is. Hey, all right. But you know, my hope is generally just that it won't become a place where it's just constantly being constantly being lied to and gaslighted by Elon Musk every day. That was just a bit much. The guy's not bright, but he wants you to think he is, and it's like, and people who aren't very bright, like what he says, and that's all that matters. Like, As long as he can, you know, kind of like appeal to his little audience of chuds and chads and stands. Chuds and chads and stands. I think it's just chuds and stands. But anyway, he's happy. Meanwhile, all us normies out there who just have, you know, a working heart and a working brain and try to do good stuff and aren't trying to stir shit up and aren't all up in arms about the, you know, the direction of the world and all the terrible things and all the crazy people, and aren't manufacturing enemies and trying to stir up shit and then profit off stirring up shit. You just find it all very obnoxious, as you would. You know, or I should say, you know, I find it ironic to be the grown-up in the room in these times, because God knows I've never been what I thought of as super mature. So that should be text. I think that's a keeper, most definitely. So maybe one way to deal with this would be like, yeah, keep that revert for sure. Don't keep those. Yeah, keep that one. That's just a cleanup. And while the temperature is greater than 0, set the temperature to 0. What? This can't happen actually, because it's a direct set. It sets the. It should just be an if, you know, if that's what you really want to do. But once you've set the target hot end to 0, it's going to be 0. So I don't know where they think that, where they had to deal with that. Also, I've still got this funky extra if in here, which I still haven't found the end if for. It's very confusing. Anyway, let's do keepers, please. What else? We still haven't figured out what causes the temperature to stop updating. That's still confusing. Let me go down to this section here. And hello, Sublime. But yeah, it's that saying. What is it? Got to be the adult in the room. So everything between here and 2840. Maybe this is that funky end if right there. Let's see if I've got it right here. Did I get that right? I don't know, I'm assuming I had the right brace, but I don't know. I don't know what this belongs to. I guess it belongs to this. And that belongs to that. I don't know, it's very confusing. Let's take a quick look here. Yeah, I think we found our funk, but how did it get so funk? well, it's already unsigned, actually. Hello. Okay, well, let's just find the brace that goes with that else. And let's assume it will be labeled correctly. Not seeing it. Who do you belong to? You belong to that, which is weird. Shouldn't this... Oh, I see. Wait, what? Yeah, there's just... This is so bad. I think it's just that funky, spurious end-if that got in there. I mean, I'm willing to leave it for the time being while I sort out these the funk here. But yeah, that should be... That's just funny. If enabled SD support, then do all this, and then don't include that closing brace? Why? Why wouldn't you? I kind of see maybe what's going on, but I'm not sure. If I preserve the exact functionality, it's going to be like, okay, I could do this, for example. If enabled SD support, then do that. And then also, if enabled SD support, then do card remove flag. I mean, and then do all this other stuff as well, but it, like, is SD inserted, otherwise 0? So I assume if this goes with the other one, that we can simply pull them both out of there. Let's take a look and see if it builds. Yeah, that's... I can understand it gets a little messy, guys, when you're trying to code this stuff. Okay. So that takes care of those. But, like, what does this normally pertain to if it's not? And it's normally also SD support is always enabled. So if I were to disable it, my guess is it would just not work. Like, so I'm thinking this really belongs here. Okay, and then we can look at our larger else situation. Not labeling. Okay, printing if card % done greater than 0, you know, or just in general. Else, send 0. Okay. Looks to me like it would just be 0 either way. But you want to do it without changing this, I guess. Pretty sure we don't need that. I found all the missing braces, I hope. We'll see. It's just, it was mostly that missing end-if that I was looking for. It was labeled. How convenient. But yeah, very strange that it was all like in the middle of everything. And that it was even there at all, of course, because this is all RTS, you know, Crowdy RTS or whatever. So let's at least keep that, and then, right, so the else part. Well, it doesn't really matter. Clearly that's going to be fixed. Anyway, oh yeah, RTS check dot in between in that particular file, not good. Or needed, rather. Okay. Bed temp disp, deg bed. If within 87 and 127. Yeah. Good. All right. Quickie test just to see that none of what I just did is terrible. Any second now. There we go. Wait till we have to do the update to 2.12. That'll be even more fun. Okay. For now, I'll empty the trash later. All right. Hold on a sec. Hey guys, what's going on? I'm back. Now the mic isn't dead. I sneezed and I turned the mic off so you wouldn't hear it. And then I forgot to turn it back on. Oh well. Next. It's alright. The only thing that's important here is the code. See, as you can see, I'm so focused on the important things that I don't have time to pay attention to my microphone. Okay. Mm-hmm. I like this one. Set the target to the bed to the current target temperature. Why? Why would you do that? It was meant to like cancel the waiting or something. There may be a way to do that besides that, if that's what your intent was. So keep that in mind. Building time. Building time. Looks good. Yeah, I'm back. Hello. And, all right. Oops. I meant to say undo. There. So yeah, I'll probably just end up commenting out a lot of these things that, like, that seems fine. I mean, that's all that does. Update position just calls a method that does that very thing. Almost done. Almost there. Mm-hmm. Right. Put that in the front. Yeah, where was that that line? Yeah, let's do that. So set hot end current temperature. I'm not sure why it's doing this. I'm not sure. And I mean, if anyone can make sense of this, I would love to hear it. And same deal with that. All right. Put a few keepers in here. I'm keeping that, and that, and that. Uh-huh. Yep. Yep. A lot of cleanup here, generally speaking. Okay. Interesting. Well, I do want to keep, let's see, I don't want to keep that. Gone. Okay. I think I do want to keep this because why? I don't know. If pause check, then it did all this. Why, I don't really know, but okay, yeah. If the target changed, then do some updating, I guess. Oh, right, that's got to go. That got moved to a proper spot up here, right? If remove card flag. Let's see, where was it previously? Sort of in floating around out here. I suppose it doesn't really matter if SD is inserted. Is SD inserted will be false normally, or or true, it'll be true if there's no card detect line. I don't know why it did that bit there. That's kind of confusing, but I'll ask my friends in China when they get back from their vacation. Don't revert that, don't revert that, and don't revert. I want to keep that, and that, and that. I don't want to keep that or that. Yeah, a lot of cleanup. So yeah, it is interesting. I mean, if you want your host to know what your commands are that you sent from the display, it makes sense to echo them to serial, so the host can know what happened. But I don't know. I don't know if most host software cares about your current like acceleration value or things like that, but it's the kind of thing it could build on. If hosts and other types of external controllers. So yeah, we're down to like almost nothing now. So at this point, our reverts are basically that block, the timing thing, and the rest of this. I think the rest of this is probably fine at this point. Okay. So my thinking is these can be commented, and these can be commented. And let's take a look at what still heating says anyway, just for the heck of it. Not a lot of things use it, interestingly enough. But yeah, we do have to give it a target extruder. If the hot end is greater than the hysteresis and the difference between the target and the current temperature is greater than the hysteresis, let's try that. Well, it is an int 16. I see. It's taking the current temperature and rounding it up, converting it to a Celsius type, which I guess is normally not. Right, it's one of these things. And it does use Celsius T, but oh yeah, there it is, Celsius float T. Yeah, I gotta remember that. Okay. So maybe I need something like, is that a, where's whole? Is the word whole used a lot in here? We had whole degree hot end, and we have probably whole degree bed, but nothing like target though. Okay, so I may need to use like degbed, whole degbed instead sometimes. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Yeah, so it's sending a float over, which is interesting. All right. Well, I don't think we use bed temp comp anyway. Do we? No. So if we enable this, does it build? Looks like it's an add-on anyway, right? Some custom add-on of some kind. All right. What time do we start today? Around, not too late. It's about 10:30 now. So yeah, I'm going to call it quits pretty soon. Go get some dinner. A little late dinner. I don't know, I guess lunch. Lunch if you're me. Okay, so it does work if you build it with that. Good to know. Okay, I'm going to call that a keeper. Keeper, keeper, keeper. Keep, keep, keep. Oops. Did I miss the middle piece? I did. What I meant to say was keep the whole bit, and then this whole bit. There we go. A lot to do. All right, and then still heating I think is probably just fine. So let's do some building. Let's build this mofo and try it again. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you there, PXN America. All right. We're there. We're there. We have a final build ready to go before trying to do 212. So yeah, that's the last thing I'll try to do which you'll see will not work great, will be to just do a git merge to try and bring the latest bug fix in. Or maybe I can, I don't know, it being based on 2082, I have to find kind of the point in time that bug fix was around there, like the same, and then try to like get it to be based on bug fix. It'll be easier that way if I try to do a git merge. If I just do a git diff, it'll be, and if I try to do a git rebase, again, it's, well, rebase could work actually, but it's questionable. I mean, the code has changed a lot all over the place, and this does touch a lot of files, so a rebase is definitely going to be a huge mess, and you'll see when I try to do it. You'll see. All right, here we are, one more time. Is my camera still awake? That is good. All right. Here goes something. And 180 seconds, my ass. Well, it probably takes that long to boot. That bloody animation at the beginning. Very nice, very nice. Hey, Crowdy, you know, if you put a Marlin logo on the screen, that would be nice too. I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't be upset by that if you did. Let's see. Okay, let's make just quick sure that. Sure enough. Okay, our screen's all good to go. Excellent. Okay, that wasn't too hard. Just took me all night. So great. That was fun. Okay, now let's see what we can do next. Let's try and just do a git rebase on it and see if that works. Let's see, so that's 2082 at that point. And then these are the things that are being added on. So I could try and do a rebase on like 209 or something, or is there like a 2083? I don't think there is. But, oof, I have too many things in my old stuff. All right, here we go. Let's see. Rebase. Let's try that. 21x. Ooh, it's gonna be a mess. Oh, it's not bad. I've seen worse. Well, if I can actually do it, that'd be crazy. So let's see. Okay, sure. Head has all this, and then this is new. Okay, good. Meanwhile, let's see, well, we know we just added this to the end, so. that is pretty much what we want. Oh, okay, yeah, that's below the line, so we don't actually want that part right there. That's from the whatever it had been merged with before, you know. It's using a git diff type technique for this stuff, so you know, it's like a diff file. Meanwhile, a new thing, it's called that, and everything below the line again, except for this one item. And it's going to have the number 4245 today. And I will get around to putting the proper name on that. Was it CR 2000 something something something? Okay, this is where it's getting a little more involved. There's some changes to the IIC, which I don't necessarily like. Okay, that's fine. I see that being fine. That doesn't need to change. I think pretty much everything in here is good. And then, again, this is us, and this took something out here, and then that's us, and then they took something out there, so we don't want to take that out. Okay, should do the trick. Cool. Meanwhile, peripheral pins. Head doesn't have that, but this does. And then it adds. So that's interesting. I feel like that should go there, really. What do you think? Oh wait, it's already up. It's right there. But yeah, you can see it's got the OTG stuff. So yeah, so basically there in our code we didn't have this here. There's added it. And then, so I feel like I got it right, you know, PCD belongs to both of these. FS and HS, that sounds familiar. FS and HS, what could they be related to? And then there's a bunch of changes to this, which shouldn't be needed whatsoever. So yeah, clearly that's fine. And meanwhile, that's us. We like to keep that. And at the top, we did this, so we do want to keep that. And now, what's different in terms of what they might have done? I think this is all should be fine as we have it, but I will triple check and just see if there's something special that they did that's different. Like R value, what is that? It's just a temporary, so you don't need it. I mean, maybe this speeds things up or something because it's global. I don't know. Okay, that's obviously the same. So we do want to keep that. Then we have, let's see, we kept track of the amount written. So I think we probably still want to keep that. And then we do while size, just like this. Then we do get value. Meanwhile, oh, they added a delay. Or did they? I see, we use safe delay instead of just delay, so. Okay. Then they're using R value equals write byte. I don't know why that matters, but yeah, same thing. Okay, I think we're good. So yeah, that's the kind of tricky, careful, meticulous way that I like to do diffs sometimes, line by line, just to make sure. The thing about a rebase is once you've done this much, if I can remember, I'll just use this button. Continue, please. Ooh. GRCO is my little shortcut in the terminal, but I usually forget. Oh, this is where it gets really crazy. The configuration changed a lot, so that I'm not going to worry too much about. That's going to be pretty easy. So the only thing they did here was they changed something to RTS available. They added RTS available. Okay, which we did rename, but that's the thing about rebases is you got to do them. You got to deal with each commit as it comes instead of just like one big. Let's try and make things match at the end. So meanwhile, we had all that, and then this got added. So I'm gonna just stick that on the end there. And then we also have a lot more labels. Next, here they added CRTS here, if LCD menu or. So I see. Let's just put that there. Next, yeah, so the configurations should be fairly easy. Yeah. Five 552.224, so they changed theirs to 10.10.4. Hold on a second. So I don't know where all my sneezes are coming from today. Maybe I had some allergens or something. Okay, so that's, and then they changed their back off. They didn't do anything to that, it's still uncommented. So next, they turned on HS mode. So we'll keep that. Then they just made their Z false, so that's the only difference. It uses a real end stop as opposed to the okay. Next, has manual move menu is what we used, and then they just wanted to make their feed rate a little slower. and 60. So we'll let their settings take precedence. We can always tweak them later after all. We added an LCD serial port, as you do. Let's see if there's any other place where it could go. But has DGUS LCD actually doesn't apply here, I'm pretty sure. Well, let's put it in here anyway for now. We'll come back to it. It'll definitely be something I come back to in terms of reviewing everything. Meanwhile, the head works fine here. Okay. Motherboard's been moved, so we'll deal with that. Boop. Next. Head. New. Okay, they turned that on. They left that at 200. Okay. Then, these are all low. That was just my preference, actually. 0 would actually be fine, but I just realized low just makes more sense. But you can also use low, high. I don't know. In the future, I may change that. Right, so that's fine. Then there's these. Oh, right, that's an addition. This is my own super special customization. Then X and Y are 1. And oh, fine. Not going to worry about Rock getting credit for that. Let's see. Meanwhile, Zmax is 280. See, doing these is easy. Min software and stop Z? Nope. Software and stops. Then we have safe homing is on, of course. And then they've mucked with their feed rate, making it 10 for homing on the Z. Cool, I'm impressed. And then they turned on EEPROM, and chit chat, and boot silent, and auto init. It's probably a good idea. Okay, meanwhile, they changed theirs to 220, 220, 0. And then no movement in Z when you park, huh? Okay, you should move a little bit there, guys. Now we have those X only and Y only are off, and therefore 0 is fine. Then there's a 5. Oh, there's a 5. So there's going to be a raise. Good. we're good to go. Next. 1 for what? I wonder. And then this is all added. So we have that. And then here's the stuff that they added. And I'd probably move this to the top eventually. So that takes care of that config. Awesome. We're so close. We're so close. Okay, now we have, they changed their residency time to 3 seconds, which is good. Oops. 3, 1, 3, and then same with the bed. 3. That's good. 10 seconds is a long time to wait for the temperature to settle. Next, so let's see, they turned on the PID edit menu, which is good, which I guess I moved. So let's turn that on. What's all this Chinese doing here? Apparently it didn't conflict with anything. And then auto tune menu also on, and params per hot end is off. So we're good to go. Oops. Okay, then they turned on X and Y, as you would expect, but Zmax and Zmax is off. Okay, there we go. X, Y, and Z. Right? Yeah, that's what they wanted. X max, oh wait, I got it wrong. X max and Y max. That's close. Yeah, it didn't seem right somehow. Like, what? There we go. Zoom in is fine. It's used for the probe. And then we have end stop pull up zoom in, and also for the probe. Meanwhile, for the others are trinamic. There's like no end stops, which is nice. I assume, or maybe there are. Oh no, there is. There's real switches. Okay. Anyway, so YZ are X. Let's see, YZ min max. Let's see. Interesting. Okay, Y min and Z min. Meanwhile, X max and Y max are also true. Which we're not using, but they're there for you. It's interesting that X min isn't, and I believe it's homing to min, right? Am I mistaken about that? But anyway, it has to do with the type of switch anyway. I don't know, I'm kind of surprised that it's not modified. Yeah. Funky. All right, so All the stepper driver stuff, of course, got moved, so we're going to move that. These are all TMC 22.8 standalone. Very nice. I'm really glad to see that all the printers, a lot of them, most of them, are following that pattern and using trinamic drivers because they're nice. They make things quieter. Presumably, your prints will be a little teeny bit smoother. Yeah, that's the question. Is like, I mean, how do they have these things wired up for? I don't think they're using sensorless, which is interesting considering. But what type were they? 2208s? Is it the 2208s who have it, or is it the 2209s? I'm trying to remember the differences. Okay, so they changed theirs so that it has a couple options for high speed. But it looks like their Z-jerk is always 0.4 either way. So let's just take that out. And for settings like this, you can get away with this. And one more. So the changes they made. What were the changes they made? Oh, is that just one I forgot to remove? Looks that way. Okay, I think that's everything. So let us continue our rebase and hope that, okay, nothing too bad, I hope. Thermistor 1 gets an addition, so yeah, currently that's the only conflict in that case. That's nice. Oh wait, use the added file or the modified file. I want to say use the added file. Cross your fingers. I can always revert back to what was there before. So, and finally, all the cleanup stuff, I guess. Oof, yeah, this is where we really hit all the weird mods. So, for example, customization. Head has this, which I moved. There you go. Well, that was easy. Simple ones first. So this has all these added. Shutty down pin. There ain't no such thing. But sure. Interesting that it's printing something about it being turned off. It's already being printed up there, so I'm thinking this is the only real customization right here. Shutty down pin. Oh yeah. Boy, so many things. Yeah, this is going to take a while. Right. Like there's some kind of customization in card reader, which I don't think is needed, but they did. We're so close. We're so close. Again, this is the kind of case where I'm like, well, after I've done this, I'll have to check out the old version so I can compare and really get a sense of what the differences are for, and then apply just those differences carefully. For the moment, I'm just going to skip that real quick. Also, what's in the indirection? Oh, right, I did this bit. Very funny. So yeah, right before set axis untrusted, it does this. So that's the one change that was applied here. It's just that, which again, I'm definitely going to removing that for sure. All right, what else was done? All right, I changed these to X-enable init state. So actually, yeah. Next. Cool. Right, so here we're adding this Creality RTS crap here. Next. Right. I think I just forgot to change that, so we'll leave it as it is. Oh, interesting, that still says MBL, but yeah, it makes sense. Okay. Not quite done yet. Oof. A couple more. Settings is generally tends to be easier. What's added here? Oh, all this stuff. Right. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Yeah, these are all reports, and you can see like they've all been shortened. Most of this stuff's been moved off to the G-code area. I have to look at that Cobra. I have an Anycubic Chiron here, so I'm kind of fond of Anycubics in general. They used a Tri-Gorilla board, which is like a fancy ramps board, which I thought was pretty neat. Neat touch, you know. I like, and then they did some, you know, things to save money on wiring, like, you know, connect a different plug to a different end stop so that it has a shorter wire, which is fine. A little confusing though at first. So this is all new. Head has, if not UI detected, say no UI detected and return, otherwise follow through with all this other stuff. It looks like elements of this are, I just kind of need to look closely and see what was changed by, what was likely changed within this area. Let's see. So they added something to match up with this. Let's just do this. And we'll just get a close comparison here. So sure, that's true. You got that. Right, so it would return at that point. I suppose it's possible that they just want to always go back to the root directory whenever you do stuff. Let's see, so then we didn't do that. The UI was detected. So then the old stat was the previous stat, and then the previous stat was the stat, and then if the stat, then we delayed, we ignored, we also did this reset of the stepper drivers, which is there. We also did some other stat stuff, and then a release thing. So I assume that's all handled. Then we had a call to media changed, and then if the stat, then we printed. If it wasn't, we returned. Otherwise, we did the first load, and if the stat had been 2, we already handled that. And then there's the power loss recovery check and other stuff. So yeah, I'm thinking that doesn't need to be there. That all the changes in here are fine. Meanwhile, oops, next. I really am going to take off soon, really. Right, so that's obviously handled. So I think that we're just adding this line here. Meanwhile, okay. Cloud print file name. Yeah, I was gonna look at this cloud print stuff. I'd be curious to see how it all works. I don't have the peripheral to do it, so. And right, they actually added a little extra bit here, so I'll keep that. I'm seeing a need to do this. Oh, I see. I'm thinking something like that. Whew, there's a lot in a lot of files, but easy stuff in some files too. Let's see, M414 report, fine. Okay, this got added. And that didn't need to be there, right? And again, there's so many ways to approach it, like depending on how you implement stuff. John Denver. Brings back a lot of memories. Some of the earliest music that I heard in my life was John Denver. He was very popular in the 70s, after all. And rightly so, great songwriter. Not the best pilot. Temperature and planner. Okay. Sure enough. Right. Oh, we moved M78. We did some M79 stuff earlier. We moved it over to, it was moved into the RTS files. So that'll come up in the cleanup commit, which so I don't have to really worry about that right now. We'll leave it where it is. Meanwhile, looks like that was just cleaned up. Yeah, that's normal. And it's doing like a little extra serial echoing for us here, I see. I'm not quite sure why it puts those in there. We certainly don't need them. And if we look at disable access, it's not printing anything, right? Right. Also, when you do set access untrusted, I mean, you could manage that. But yeah, it's part of their debugging efforts, I guess. Mm-hmm. Oh, I see. Yes, quite. Well, I'm inclined to leave this out. I don't care. If it doesn't affect the functioning of the printer, we'll see. We'll see. But I have a feeling it's not important. Okay. SDIO read block and write block. Not sure what's going on here. What was changed? They probably just added this delay, is my guess. Like minus retries, delay 10. Where's the retries? Do we see retries? There it is. Yeah, here it is. While retries. So I think they probably just did this. That seems to me the only change. The only likely change there. Okay, so something happened in here. What did they do? By linear, mesh. My guess is it just inserted this line here, which is raw z plus equals blah blah blah. Fade scaling. That should be optarg anyway. Interesting. So yeah, I don't think that matters. I'm pretty sure it's got to just be the debug lines that have been added, which we don't care about. We can debug ourselves later. We are going to be looking at all these behaviors anyway. I really want to know that those behaviors behave properly. Meanwhile, not sure what's going on in the status screen dogm, but it shouldn't have nothing in here should matter because this isn't even used by the Ender-5 S1. At all. None of this is. But they may have changed it for the benefit of other machines that they have. But I don't know. The thing is, this code from Creality is a mixture. Let's see. Oh, there it is. They put a little extra thing there. Sometimes merges, if it's not a precise match, it might complain a little, but again, here we are with debugging stuff, so I guess I can just leave this in. For the moment. So, interesting. I used a macro. What else did they do? Oh, they commented out the GPIO stuff, which I think is already done. We fixed that already. So, cool. Workaround not needed. Thanks, Crowdy. Already got it, at least for this version. So now we have this in head, and then, right, same deal. So it looks like you just added commented out stuff. And anything else? Nope, all the bits are the same and everything else. So I think we're good there too, Crowdy. Thanks. We are getting close. Well, I should say close, but not super close. So that's included already. Print counter? Maybe. Not sure why that's needed. Print job timer, there it is. All right. Yeah, it adds the current timer. I see, that's cool. So yeah, we'll just add that in. And then head had this. And this was right before. Man, I feel like this should be done in the recovery part, like itself should really do this, but fine. On print timer stopped. Let's see. So let's go to the resume cancel menu. Okay. Yeah, the actual resume itself, I feel like we could definitely fix that. So I'll make a note along the lines of like to do, you know, add the resume, add the current, what is it? Print job timer duration to the elapsed. Not sure where we need that exactly. We'll figure that out. There's a few things to figure out, but in comparing this to their version, we'll see. Okay, meanwhile, head has all these things, and this did, it added a capline unsigned char thing. Not sure what for. Oh, for that. For the cloud status value. Okay, I'm sure we have a better way to deal with that. But for the time being, I'll do this. I'll put it in there. Okay. name. Right, if minimal, then print that, then yep. Eh? Oh, plus ENA. Hmm? Well, we'll need to know more about that soon. Not sure what that's about yet. Next. Yeah, we don't need that space afterward. But before, yes. Interesting. Oh, okay, right. Serial device number. And that takes care of that for M115. We are getting close. There's just a few files left, but a lot of lines, so. Am I getting hungry? Yeah. So for some reason, it decided that they would rather not pause heaters on probing paused and do it within their own code. I think it should be left alone, personally, because I think it's all handled just great, but I could be wrong. Okay, what got changed here is, looks like basically a whole different kind of procedure going on here. Measure Z, run the probe, etc., etc. I feel like this must have just been above, you know. Well, we'll find out. I really will refine all this, but I don't think this needs anything changed here. End pause, it'll do that anyway, right? Meanwhile, okay, so head has this, which I guess we'll keep. And this adds show count. Right. Now, we can display that. I think we have a way to display that without using show count. We just print, you know. I mean, we know when the print is, when probing is done. We don't need to use or print the count or anything. Meanwhile, Right? Not needed. This is just garbage. We can obviously debug. We know how to debug. We don't need all that. Next, we have, this was added. So it looks like this was added before set and the Gerbil state stuff. So where's that? Gerbil. I see. Pre-G29 return. Interesting. I think that's pretty much it, right? Okay. Okay. That's new. Or that's not new. But all the other stuff is. So yeah, there's a little bit of customization going on here. Next, cool. That wasn't so hard. Now we've got, what, 4 files left? Ugh. All right. Yeah, we don't have this in here anymore, so yeah. Meanwhile, okay. Pretty sure that's already taken care of, but it sets a home flag to true. Okay. We'll fix that soon enough. Home flag belongs to something else. So yeah, they decided to disable all this then, huh? Is S used for something else then? No. So I guess I can leave it, right? Oh, and it's all from dev mode anyway. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. It's all commented out, so I'm not going to worry. So let's see. It looks like leveling restore state is what was added, but we already have that. So thinking nothing there needs to be worried about. And again, I keep saying it, they're they really need to use standard procedures, and if the standard procedures aren't adequate, we can make special cases within the procedures themselves rather than scattering it around in the different display implementations. So let us look at that in the future. Home Z first. Okay, so all they're doing there is just adding more debug crap. We can get rid of that, which will probably be cleaned out anyway. I know we're going to see these again, so. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's all part of that, huh? I will ignore it, because again, I just don't want too many customizations to our standard procs. 3 left. Well, temperature shouldn't be too much of a mess, right? All they're doing is adding RTS errors here. Right. And then the same here. Doing my best to respect your wants and needs, Creality, so that this stuff will be preserved as much as possible. Gotcha. I'm not sure if combining these in a single echo, I seem to remember it uses more memory if you do a single echo with the strings all concatenated. Okay, almost there. Okay, so yeah, I think actually what we really want is to just replace this with that. Same here. Then here, same deal. Right, so this will just go here. Really. And let's make triply sure I didn't replace the temp errors. Nope, didn't. Okay, just checking. Next. Meanwhile, RTS right before thermal runaway. Yeah. And you know, maybe here too, I don't know. It's not quite the same, but it is. Okay. Oops, I'm seeing a bug. I don't know. Are these the same? They're not, are they? Not malfunction. So yeah, you don't want it to fall through. Whoops. That's probably an existing extant bug. I don't know. Should be easy enough to fix though in the current Marlin, but I'll double check that as well. TR malfunction, yeah. Almost there, almost there. I'll just use my other computer to do that. My other computer and boot into Linux or something. All right. All right. So I'm thinking, or yeah, I'm thinking I'll move it down instead. It probably did that already in the cleanup, but onward. Okay, so head. I don't think these need to change. Oh, maybe though. Oh, power loss. Report current position during power loss. Why? Is this recover? No, it's not. And why during a save? Not a good idea. Also, current position, yeah, sort of, but no. We have a thing where the position is being set under certain circumstances. See if I can sort that out. Debug, save, but no, it's not when during save. It's actually during here. It's in stepper. .cpp gets it. So it's constantly being updated, sort of like in the background. Ooh, little things. All right, so, oh, I see everything that okay. Let's look at that again. Of course, these have to be Mm-hmm. Okay, that's a regular string versus a F string. So I'm thinking okay. ROLO. Where does that come from? Is that old or new? Did we add, is L new? It might be new. Can set leveling after. Cool. So we do want an L. Right. Not sure whether that's me or them or mine or theirs. I'm curious about that now. I wonder if it happens later and it's more important happening later, or if I should just continue to use what we have and just build on it. Well, I'm going to put the L0 in there anyway, because why not? But I think is it L0? I don't know. So yeah, they added an L here. L0. Okay, now we have extruder loop. What's happening here? Nothing, same thing. Right, that was one of the things I did was move the F's in front. So I think this should all be good. Meanwhile, head. What got added here? Recovery flag, yeah. All right, down to the last. Of course, we may have another commit to deal with, which is going to be slightly messy as well. So we've already got that. We've got warnings are in warnings. That's my add. And that's also my add. Okay, so fine. All good for debugging help anyway, right? So we want all that, I'm sure. has this. Inject the abort event. No. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I see why that would be maybe better to not have injected. Hmm. Again, reporting the current position on abort, sure, I guess. The current position at the time of abort, just before the last command, is not going to be meaningful, but you can report it anyway if you want. And also, yeah, update position, again, not super meaningful. Let's see. Okay, that's my ad. And I'm sticking by it. I think that's a good ad. Can't hurt to have a little extra thing at the end when your print is done. For real, like actually successfully done. Okay, head has these, followed by kill. However, okay. Head has these, which I think I should keep. Alright, we don't have L6470 to worry about, so right, so there's this else if thing. So if has blocks, then it does, I don't know, pretty interesting. Right, so this would have been, I think this, something like this. we'll see if that's meaningful later. Head. Uh-huh. An extra EOL? Meh. Time, free memory. That looks good to me. Echo message. Oh, I see. Yeah, it is on a separate line, ain't it? Well, that's fine, I guess. I think what they meant was to do something like that. Not that the time matters, honestly, but can't hurt, I guess. Meanwhile, so we do have this UI init stuff, and then I guess I have to look at .cpp, find init, and init lcd, update buttons, etc., etc. So where's init lcd? There it is. dwin startup. So yeah, you just basically implement that for everything, I guess. And it takes care of your UI. So I think this stuff will be when I get to the UI, I'll do that. So make a note in my to-do list here. Audio. Right, it was okay. Next we have lang equals lang change font. I think we can probably and what's this one? Store, still part of the init. So this maybe is the later init part. And I feel like this stuff is already done. Power loss recovery is already handled, so I don't think there's anything here to do, except maybe, handle it better, more like this, I guess, if that was the idea. Oh, does RTS init like do the boot screen and stuff? I wonder. Nope. Or does it? No, it just sets up the initial values that it's going to display, it looks like. And it does have some delays in it though, which is interesting, and it does some watchdogging. Watchdog refreshing, of course. Alright, anyway. Well, I'll make a note of this, that this needs to be done as well. Right, there, I guess it's doing a little bit of extras down here, so let's try this then. I'll just have to do. Half a second, not a big delay, but you know, when you're in startup, you want to make sure not to go over 4 seconds or even 8, depending. So then you have run startup tests coming at the end, I guess. And whatever this is, I feel like this should all be part of it. Right? Oops. Okay, anything else? One more thing. And yeah, if it's a test build, then we're adding that. Okay. And there's a hard fault handler thing. Okay, I think we're pretty good. Whew, that was a lot. It was a lot. It brought us to after midnight. Oh, and more conflicts. Fortunately, they're not that many. They're mostly just leftovers. Oh, and all in the language area. Good. Okay, what do we got? What string did we add? Does anyone remember? Not that much, I don't think. Let me see. What was it called? Oh, like %s, right? It was home first, so that was one. So I think that's pretty much the only one that we got to worry about. everything from here to there. There. Should be removed, I think. Fun, huh? Needs to be done. Needs to be done. Let's Copilot to do this next time. Let's see, where's that line that changed? Yep, it's just home first. Only a few to go. 20, I don't know how many there were total. 20 something. How did I get this started down the rabbit hole that led me here? Well, I was looking for some interesting projects to learn electronics and get versed in programming something other than websites and games and the desktop environment and stuff. And I thought, you know, electronics and microprocessors are looking, you know, like Arduino was looking pretty cool at the time. And I was like, well, a good Arduino project would be, I don't know, what, LED cube or something. Everybody was building LED cubes and things. And I was looking around and I was like, oh, wait a minute, you can actually build this replicating rapid prototyper thing. And I was like, well, that should be, that makes sense as my first electronics project, actually, since then I can build a tool that'll actually be useful for future projects and stuff. So I started getting into the, you know, built my first Prusa i3 using like a frame from someplace called, I want to say, something CNC. It was a pretty popular place to get Prusa frames at the time. So I got the MDF melamine frame or whatever it is, and surprisingly small. Built the whole thing out from parts, sourced off eBay and stuff, and it was more expensive than it needed to be, but I learned a lot and I ended up with a lot of extra parts and tools, so the extra cost actually did land me a bunch of extra bits that I could use for repairing and other stuff. And then, of course, you know, I was looking for the right kind of firmware to use for the machine, and there were a lot of options available, but it was clear that Marlin was kind of the most mature one and most complete. Even in its infancy, where it was at the time in like 2013, 14, that time frame, it was still pretty far along. And I was like, it's great. So I started using it, and you know, there were little things that annoyed me that I needed to change, like the sound of the LCD click was a little chirpy. And I was like, it shouldn't be chirpy, it should be like a click. So that was the first change I made, was like, get rid of that chirpy sound and make it sound like a click instead. And little by little, I started making changes here and there, and a lot with the UI, cleaning up the menu stuff. And then just cleaning up the code generally, like all of it needed kind of like standardization and cleanup. So it was sort of all built around two-space indentation. I like that. That was fine. Oh, I should plug in my camera so it'll be usable. My phone camera, I should say. Continuity camera, they call it. And yeah, just kind of like got further and further into it, I was already, well versed in coding and had gotten some C++ under my belt doing some, working on a game engine that I never quite finished with SDL and OpenGL and stuff, which is great. I love OpenGL. At least I learned a lot during the time. We're using a little bit of OpenGL for our simulator and SDL as well. So I may get back to using some of that later. But yeah, at the time I was like between, it was sort of like Arduino was also associated with, creative coding and, art installations and other things like that. So I was like, well, I'll build robots, but not necessarily ones that rescue people or anything. I'll just build robots that are, interesting and maybe other machines that are interesting. But, with all this coding I've been doing lately, I haven't had much time to build too many robots. But that's what happens, right? My expertise is mostly in the coding area, and I have the, the training and the patience to follow through on stuff. So it's sort of where my specialties lie at this point, is in this kind of continuous refactor, endless refactor, and endless incremental improvement of the project. The thing was, the project at the time was a little bit languishing. I was like, I would put in, requests or bug reports, and they wouldn't necessarily get much attention because the developers were busy with their lives and stuff. And I didn't have much else going on, so. Exactly, we built the robot that builds the robot. That was the idea. And that was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to get into. I could, like everyone, when you first get your first printer, you have to sit there and watch the whole thing for like, it takes 4 hours. You'll sit there for 4 hours and watch every layer. Let's see, I think I have that where it needs to be already. Is that it? Oh, one more in motion. All right. Ah, yeah, this is the whole rewrite thing. All right, here goes. We got that rebase has been fun. Yeah. All right, we got through the whole rebase. Oh my God. So yeah, now if we look at the actual changes, let's see, where's that LCD? Mods. So yeah, these are added files. Now the question is, does it build? We'll see in a sec. Okay, so this is 212. Quickly do the rebase command again, just, okay, good. Yeah, so I have some pushes that I made around December 20th, December 30th. Cool, yeah, the update for 213 is coming soon, so watch out, it's coming. Okay, next. Let's try the build. So this means I could turn on, if I get a bug fix, I can get input shaping. Well, actually 212 has input shaping, so. What? Okay, so a few error checks here. BL touch requires Z stop, end stop inverting, Z min end stop inverting set to false. It says, well, we have to check what that's all about. And Z min probe uses end stop pin requires, etc. Z min end stop inverting. So it says here it's supposed to be false. Let's see if that's true. Should be easy enough to check that once I get it built. And on there, I'll be able to check the probe and just see if it's behaving. All right, we're almost there. Okay, who's got an issue? Marlin core, CPP. Weird, it ended up being moved into common. LCD. Where to put this? It's not an E3V2, that's the funny part. It should be in like, I don't know. Not there, I guess. Even though it's close to this, it's just not, it hasn't been implemented that way. Well, for now, it's an LCD slash DWIN slash okay. Build. We're so close. We are so close. Oh, what's this? Oh, yes, of course. You can do it. Right. Oops. And right. Okay. Of course, there's going to be things that are changed. There is no serial print PGM, so what's up with that? It's now called, I think it's just serial echo now. Anything like that? There it is, serial print P. And command actually isn't a P anyway, but let's do that. And we'll debug as well. What the heck? Sure. Anything else? Oh, Z values, of course, in M2900. Equals bed level dot Z values, I think. Maybe. Guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. Yeah, the other thing that was interesting, which I mentioned sometimes in passing, is how, you know, if I'd gotten into electronics earlier, I would have realized the connection between coding, which I was already into, and electronics. But, you know, there was no, like, it wasn't like when you went into your electronics class, they had a computer there and you could say, okay, we're going to connect the computer up to your electronics project, and you'll be able to program the electronics from the computer. But all these computers at the time in the 80s, you know, and stuff had expansion ports. It was just not something that we were like, we didn't realize we could just mess with them. Do whatever you want, you know, just try not to blow up your computer, which I would have been afraid to do anyway. Let's see, where's that? M2900. Right. Right. So these are all now just PGM. So a few extra updates. I happen to know in my memory which things have been updated and what they've been updated to in a lot of cases, so fortunately. Oops, I missed something in M2900. Yes? Yes. Okay. Print by linear leveling grid, not a thing. BBL? ABL, BBL? By linear? Extrapolate. I know there's a thing that prints the stuff. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Print leveling grid. Bed level print leveling grid. Right? Not quite done. Getting closer though. What's with the apply mesh correction stuff? Oops. And I think mesh count is also going to be not a thing. Not sure where that's going to come from just now. It may be from ABL actually, come to think of it. Gotta be careful there. Oh yeah, ABL's the, that's right, that's the structure that holds the data. Should be good there. Holds the data for our potentially step-by-step and not all at once kind of leveling situation. Okay, so now you have, right. Right. Yeah, we'll see about that configuration issue soon enough. Hello. Interesting that it for some reason is getting it out of M115 capabilities report. I don't know why. It's peculiar. Anyway, yeah, I figured there'd be a lot of updates here, especially in the RTS code, just because it's, you know, linear axes. No maxis. Yep. Okay. Almost there. Almost. So close. All right. All right. I'm gonna throw away all these changes because I realize there's a problem. Gotta do that. Otherwise there's too many. Nope. Okay, any build? Any build? Very close, very close. Interesting. Right. Parked or ignoring. Never heard of it. I'll have to look into that. I will certainly test everything to make sure, you know, stuff works. There is a HAL reboot, but it's eparser.h or hal.h. hal.cpp, hal.reboot. Interesting. And same here. This thing cap line looks like, yep. And that should have an F as well. All right, we've made it pretty far. We've got Ender-5 S1 pretty much almost completely rebased on 2.1.2 plus just a few more tiny things. Let's see if I made any changes to things I shouldn't have. And mostly CPPs, so they all look pretty good. Okay, we're doing well. But we got hit with something here. I'm guessing it's this. See what that's about. Echo line PGM whatever, so it takes the string that's given and wraps it for you. And it's used all over the place with just plain old strings, so yeah. So what's up with the error? Expected primary expression before parenthesis. Oh, that's possible, I suppose. Maybe it's just missing a semicolon or something? Let's see. Huh, no? Well... Here's a thought. Screw that. We don't need that. That's for people who don't know what's going on. Which is me half the time, but let's see. Oh, here we go. And great. Eh? Sure, if it has an F in it. Not underscore, please. Cool. And nor is it a parenthesis. Good. Hey, did it just build? No, not yet. I think that was the very last thing. Very last, at least for this particular config. I'll go turn one thing on and it'll suddenly break again. But no, we've got it built, and oh, some things are missing. Okay, it doesn't know what these RTS update position is. Okay, so it needs that somewhere? Am I missing the header? Who's calling it and why? It does exist, last I checked. There it is. So yeah, it's possible that this particular file is just not being included because of features.ini. Right. Should be. So let's make a folder for these and move our stuff. So first things first. Post rebase fixes. RTS, I guess we'll just call it. For the time being. Okay, so that's one level higher, so we don't need to. I don't know. Is that what it is? LCD/RTS? Yeah. Okay, we'll get that sorted. Do you win? What? slash. Right, Pro UI, Creality, E3v2. I guess I could look at the, actually look at in here and see what was changed. Right, minus the Wi-Fi, sure. EXTUI, LCD print, touch, okay. Whoa. Okay, and last but not least, the file itself. 1, 2, yep, sure enough, that's okay now. Whoops. Oh, there's the one that was in need of help. Okay, I think we're all good. Right, moved but not renamed. Yeah, it used to be called DWin, now it's called RTS. Okay, I think we're almost there. Please, please be good. Please be working. Please make me happy. Oh, just HAL Watchdog refresh. Well, it doesn't have that. Pretty sure that's how it's spelled now. There's a couple other things, but let's isolate them. Right, Z values. And then there's that KP stuff. Cool. Level dot. Okay, and then we have, right, this PID param stuff. We're gonna have to figure that out. I definitely did some things with unscale PID and all that. Let's see, temperature, right. Right, they're already managed here, so right? So it is temp bed, PID, I, etc., or temp hot end, PID, I, etc. So, yeah. KP. Right, and PID param is gone, so I kind of need to refresh my memory about what that looked like. File history, please. It's been changed many times, but the last change was the PID. How convenient. Okay, so what used to be PID param became right. Instead of that, you return oi. Okay. Should be fun. All right. Looks like my stream might have split up. I'm not sure what's going on with that, but let me quickly just check and see. Oh, there it is. It's alive and well. Okay. Just checking. So get PID KP from tool, get PID KI from tool. I guess we can look for that. So I'm thinking instead of this, you do oh, that's all in EXTY stuff. Ah, how inconvenient. All right. IE D. It's already unscaled for us, and then we have IE. Bed. Times 10. Okay. I feel like that's supposed to be 100, but it got forgotten. Does it there too. Okay, I'll take your word for it. Very close, very close. I hope. NQ1P. Don't need that. Oh boy, there's a few. We like F better because it allows for easier polymorphism. Okay. Is that it? Surely not. Oh, there's another PID param. Hold on. Oops. I'm going to look at that. I think it's, you have to set it. Set. Okay. Oops. Oops. Same. Hey, cut that out. There we go. Anyone else? Hello? Probably more. It's a lot of work to get these updated, but not that much. I mean, you can see I've, like, once I got past certain things, it wasn't so bad. I mean, at each stage it hasn't been that bad. Okay, here we got no set KP. Oh, it's underscore KP. Okay. But yeah, each, like, you know, each thing's got one little. There's a definite solution to each thing, and nothing's been like ripped out to the degree where you'd have to re-implement it all. And again, like, if the behaviors, oh, it's all built, hey. You think it'll run? What do you think? Should we try it? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's bring the old camera over there. What do you say? Resume? Let's see what we got. Hello. There you are. Let's hope this actually works. Oh, I didn't copy it over yet. Hold on. That might help. It might help to actually copy it onto the SD card. Happy 23rd. All right. Here we go. See, I think I left all the NEM936 v2 stuff in there, so otherwise I wouldn't be able to burn a new one, right? Because you have to send M936 v2. I have to I'd have to write like X special code just to set bit 90 to like. I think we're good. We'll see. That's the one thing, is we want this to definitely. We want M936 to be good in working shape. Okay, so. Okay, current version 2082. All right, here we go. 936 v2, I think it is. V87, reset firmware, Marlin 212. Well, we've got 212 on there. And it's rebooting again. Oh, and it's rebooting again. So yeah, it's not quite right. It's not quite there, unfortunately. Just keeps rebooting. Well, let's take out the card anyway. And maybe I can put the old one back. I don't know. We'll see. I may have hosed it because of the M936 thing. But that shouldn't be too hard. I could add code to just write that, maybe. Zeded. I don't know what that even means. Yeah, I think it's definitely having a tough time here. Let's get that firmware from before. Let's see. That was not really the working one. Let's get the last working one. Out of the trash. Put it back. Now the bootloader is responsible for handling like the that bit. So let's see if it flashes or what. Doesn't look like it's gonna flash. Oh wait. Hey, okay. It was continuously trying to flash a new firmware, and therefore, once I put a good one on there, it was happy again and actually flashed it. So that's a relief. Okay, cool. Well, I've definitely got more fixing to do to figure out what's causing it to crash. It definitely shouldn't be crashing, obviously. Yeah, I'll just compare the RTS check code, old and new, and some other things, and just see what's going on. Or maybe even just turn off the display and just see if I can get it to, do basic things like homing and stuff from the terminal. But yeah, for now I'm going to take a break, get that food I need, and yeah, we'll be back to play with this more later. So thanks for stopping by. Check those links. You can always use your help if you want to do testing. Come over to the Discord. We got things going on over there. So cheers. See you soon.